I'm very glad to make a start to this meeting, giving hopes to girl children in armed conflicts, a joint commitment from the academic community organized by the University of Perugia and Institute of Political Studies San Pio Quinto, an international event co-promoted by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. As you know, we are in the 20th anniversary of the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the Involvement of Children in Armed Conflict. But also, this meeting is the opportunity to launch the first international academic network for the protection of children in armed conflicts. This network is an important step in the direction to end this suffering, promoting dialogue within academic community and promoting research. As you know, millions of children are directly affected by wars. They are wounded or killed, separated from their families, forced to leave their schools, their homes, and forced to witness terrible scenes of violence. They are victims of kidnappings, rape, used as soldiers. Violence acquires specific form when directed to girls and girls' children, a catastrophe that causes terrible suffering even years after the end of a conflict. More than 350 million children currently live in conflict-affected areas, a number that has grown in the past years. And almost half of the total are in areas characterized by high-intensity wars, forced to deal with horrible sufferings. And for all these reasons, it has particular relevance, the new academic network that joined today and join more than 30 university and research centers from Europe, Middle East, Africa, North and Latin America. Today we have many interventions, and so please try to be brief, so I don't have anything else. All right, now Professor Maurizio Oliviero, Rector of the University of Perugia, will have the floor, please.
Good afternoon to everybody. For me, it's a great honor to represent my university, our university, in this international conference. I don't know if we use Italian language or English language, but I don't know what you prefer.
English is fine.
Please, the audio, Professor Oliviero. Sorry, we can't hear you.
No, it's mute.
We can't hear you.
My audio is
okay.
Hello? Can you?
Yes, okay. Perfect. No, it's going on and off. We still can't hear you. No. Still no.
It's still mute. You should unmute it.
Dovrebbe esserci un'opzione per riavviare l'audio. Io ho inviato una richiesta per riattivare l'audio.
If you agree, I think we can go on. My suggestion is to go on, and after we can give the floor to Rector.
Yeah, there's
If you want, we can go on. If the organizers tell me okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, okay. Allora, thank you. In this moment, we wait for the address of Maurizio Oliviero, but now is the moment to address of Marina Sereni, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy. Marina Sereni, you know, has always been committed to supporting peace and human rights, has a long experience in international politics. Please, your address.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, it is a pleasure for me to open today this international conference that will launch the Universities Network for Children in Armed Conflict. I wish to thank the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflict, Virginia Gamba, for her enthusiastic cooperation, and the University of Perugia and the Institute of Political Studies Santi Opinto for their efforts in making this event possible. Italy fully supports the network as a new and pioneering international reality able to bring an added value in the current global scenario. The role of the international academic system is of key importance. It can and should promote a cultural change, and in this way it will contribute to reach substantial progress in the protection of children living in situations of armed conflict. The participation of universities from all over the world is a clear confirmation that this initiative is of the greatest interest and indeed very timely, and it is in line with the 20th anniversary of the first optional protocol to the Convention of the Rights of Child regarding the involvement of children in armed conflict, which we celebrate this year. The network can play a fundamental role, for instance, by raising awareness at the national and international level on the importance to guarantee and implement the principles established by the protocol. We appreciate that this opening conference is focused on girl children. Violations against girl children take specific forms, and we have to consider them all. Violence, slavery and human trafficking, sexual abuses, enforced pregnancies, forced prostitution and marriages, as well as female genital mutilation. The objectives of the network are fully in line with Italy's commitment on this issue. As a matter of fact, the fourth Italian National Action Plan, in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, soon to be adopted, will have a special focus on children, especially girl children, in order to protect them during armed conflicts and post-conflict. Furthermore, Italy presented an open pledge on the occasion of the 33rd International Conference of the Red Cross and Crescent to undertake all the appropriate and necessary actions to reduce the impact of wars on the life of children. Our pledge continues to be the most supported among the ones presented at the Geneva Conference. In this regard, let me thank the Ministry of Defense for the fundamental contribution on this dossier. I would also like to thank Save the Children Italy for the continuous cooperation on this issue. We are also committed to promoting the widest possible support to the Safe School Declaration, encouraging states to sign the declaration. in order to mitigate the consequences of armed conflict on education, students, educational personnel, and school infrastructure. The academic system can do a lot in this regard. The university network is in the best position to involve millions of students and professors all around the world to affirm the importance of education in times of war. The presence today of the executive director of the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attacks is really significant. We need to consider the consequences that the current pandemic is having on this dossier. COVID-19 is increasing the exposure of children in armed conflicts to additional forms of violence, hindering their rights to education and to physical and mental health, and depriving them of the basic means to build their future. It is indeed fundamental to further intensify our efforts, in particular to guarantee that education, health services and facilities are protected and respected in accordance with international humanitarian law. Setting standards is not enough. It's important, but it's not enough. We need to take concrete action for their full implementation. In a few days, we will organize a panel discussion in the context of the 6th edition of the Mediterranean Dialogues. The panel will focus on possible concrete ways to increase cooperation among countries around the Mediterranean. I welcome the fact that Professor Laura Guercio, on behalf of this network, will moderate the panel. Today, the network will also launch a song on the importance to protect and promote the rights of children living in situations of armed conflict. We really appreciate this initiative. Art is crucial to raise awareness of the general public on this issue. We will do our best to share this video with our partners in all the relevant fora. Today's conference represents the first step of an important process that will lead to the development of the network as a new international actor. The strong interest and appreciation showed by the UN Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict, Virginia Gamba, is encouraging. The rights of children are our most precious resource. They need to be protected in every place and every situation, side by side with governments, non-governmental organizations, international organizations. You can successfully contribute to this fundamental mission. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Marina Sereni. The protection on the rights and safety of children in armed conflicts is a top priority issue in Italy's international action for the protection and promotion of human rights. And thank you very much for your address. And now the Professor Oliviero, if we have a technical problem, we went ahead, but with the program. But if you want, Professor Oliviero, you can intervene when you want, if you are connected with us. And if there isn't with us Professor Oliviero, we go ahead, and now I'd like to listen the address of Virginia Gamba, Special Representative UNSG for Children and Armed Conflict. She sent us a video message. Please, the organizers, to send it. Thank you.
Your Excellency Marina Sereni, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, Honorable Rector of the University of Perugia, distinguished speakers, dear participants. I would like to thank the organizers and the UNED-CHAC Coordinating Committee for putting in place this wonderful initiative. The creation of this dedicated network is very dear to my heart, as I have been advocating for years for academic institutions, including universities, to engage actively in the support of the Children and Armed Conflict agenda. My office's mandate was created by the General Assembly 24 years ago for the explicit purpose of promoting the protection of conflict-affected children. It was created as a direct result of the 1996 Grassa-Machel report on the impact of armed conflict on children. By 1999, the Security Council also recognized that violations relating to children in situations of armed conflict may constitute a threat to international peace and security. Since then, the Security Council has adopted 12 resolutions on children and armed conflict, including the creation of a monitoring and reporting mechanism that includes attribution to those identified as perpetrators of violations against children in these situations, the development of a tool for engagement with parties where attribution is verified, and the creation of a dedicated Security Council working group on children and armed conflict, for which my office is secretariat. Today, my office monitors and reports, as well as engages with parties to conflict to end and prevent grave violations against children in situations of armed conflict. These grave violations are recruitment and use, sexual violence including rape, killing and maiming, abductions, attacks on schools and hospitals, and the denial of humanitarian access to children. The work of my office on ending and preventing violations is articulated around 4 main pillars: better protect children used and abused by, for, and in armed conflict, prevent violations committed against children from occurring in the first place, raise awareness and strengthen partnerships for children, and promote lessons learned and best practices. Through hard work and strong advocacy, we have been instrumental in the release and reintegration of over 160,000 children since the office was created, and we stopped countless others from being recruited in the first place. Last year, we reported over 25,000 violations against children in the 21 situations of conflict that we cover. The most prevalent of all our violations is that of recruitment and use of boys and girls by armed groups and forces, closely followed by children killed or maimed because of military operations including armed attacks, crossfire, shelling and airstrikes, explosive remnants of war, anti-personnel landmines, and improvised explosive devices found in war zones. We are very concerned to see a mounting trend in attacks against schools and hospitals, sexual violence, abduction, and denial of humanitarian access to children, the latter having increased by 400% over previous years. Last year, we also engaged 52 parties to conflict to convince them to sign joint action plans or commitments to end violations and prevent other violations, and as a result, we saw the release of over 13,200 child soldiers from conflict and in need of reintegration during 2019. 40% of these children were girls. Armed conflicts are characterized by a breakdown of the rule of law as well as of community structures. This exacerbates the vulnerability of girls to sexual violence, as armed elements can take advantage of the vacuum to commit human rights abuses. Violations of this nature are frequently compounded by an inadequate response to help survivors as well as children born of war. Girls are also significantly affected by recruitment and use. In addition to the use of girls in support functions for sexual purposes or to be forced into marriage, they are also used for combat and to commit violent acts. For example, in Nigeria, girls are being forced by Boko Haram to act as human bombs, a violation that is on the increase in the whole Lake Chad region. Moreover, girls face significant obstacles in the process of being released and separated from parties to conflict. In many cases, they are simply unaccounted for. For example, in a recent report on the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it was noted that 1 of 1,000 children who had escaped or been separated from one armed group between 2009 and 2014 were girls. In fact, only 19 girls had been documented, while it was commonly known that they were present in significant numbers, and yet they were not reported. Girls have unique vulnerabilities due to their gender and status in society. They are victims of sexual violence, including rape, and returning home following their release is complicated by the stigma they face, especially when children were born during their ordeal. Taking this into consideration, girls themselves are sometimes reluctant to join disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration programs because they fear the rejection by their families and their communities. As a result, girl child soldiers are often invisible, and as such they are frequently excluded from programs that would bring them the help they desperately need. In the past decades, there has been progress to address the impact of conflict on girls, including through enhanced accountability efforts for the crimes of rape and other forms of sexual violence. There are also more services available for girls, but we still need more work to raise awareness about their needs in reintegration programs and of the risks that they face after separation from armed groups. It is also important to develop protection and education programs for conflict-affected girls to provide them with support and avoid long out-of-school interruptions. Education is a human right in and of itself, and it is fundamental for human, social, and economic development. Amid violence, education can offer children protection, dependable routines, and it often remains the sole source of hope, allowing children to learn, play, and escape the horrors of war. And yet, attacks on schools, particularly girls' schools, is one of the most unsettling trends documented in almost every country on the children and armed conflict agenda. As you know, my office monitors and reports on attacks on schools or protected persons, as well as the military use of schools, both crucial factors affecting the availability of education in conflict. Schools are directly targeted, caught in the crossfire, or used by belligerents to house their troops or weaponry. In other cases, the concept of education itself is under attack, threatening the integrity of curricula or girls' access to schools. In some of the most egregious examples, going to school means facing the threat of abduction, recruitment, rape, or worse. Insecurity results in the closure of schools, depriving entire communities of this essential service. When children, and particularly girls, experience substantive gaps in their education, accelerated learning programs should be available to facilitate their entry or re-entry into the formal education cycle. Given the disproportionate effects of emergencies and protracted crises on the education of girls, a gender perspective should be applied throughout education actions, strengthening the cooperation, complementarity, and engagement between humanitarian and development. Given the disproportionate effects of emergencies and protracted crises on the education of girls, a gender perspective should be applied throughout education actions, strengthening the cooperation, complementarity, and engagement between humanitarian and development actors to meet short and long-term education needs, including through predictable funding, is another important element to address. Our challenge is to provide children with the best possible chance to rebuild their lives after trauma. Each child released needs specific physical and mental health support to overcome the long-term effects of war, but also education and skills to assist them and their communities. Reintegration programming also involves working with communities to reduce stigma and ensure proper reunification. These children, and especially girls, hope that they can once again become integral members of their communities. It is critical to assess the unique needs of each child and each community. It is critical. So, unsurprisingly, just like there is little data on girls separated from armed groups, there is even less data available about the number of girls who are out of school in conflict zones, or about the specific psychosocial needs of girls undergoing reintegration programming. More than 30 years ago, world leaders made a historic commitment to protect and safeguard children's fundamental rights in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Conflict is and remains, however, the greatest threat to the realization of children's rights contained in the Convention. For children trapped in conflict zones, the concept of childhood, as set forth in the Convention, oftentimes stays a distant dream. At the same time, during times of war, the vulnerability of children is compounded by the violence and turbulence which accompany conflict, and children are more than ever in dire need of specific protection. Nevertheless, until this day, and despite our achievements, children's rights in conflict-affected areas, particularly for girls, remain often neglected and infringed upon. In a context of more complex, long-lasting and intense wars and military operations to counter violent extremism, children continue to be disproportionately affected. They remain the primary victims of human rights violations and are deprived of their fundamental liberties in war zones. The current COVID-19 pandemic is exacerbating existing patterns of grave violations. Quarantine and confinement measures increase the risks of gender-based violence, including rape and other forms of sexual violence against children. Children are further put at risk in the context of the pandemic by ongoing attacks on hospitals and restricted access to healthcare and social services. The situation is compounded by lockdown measures. Referral to services for children affected by armed conflict, including reintegration services, have all seen delays due to lockdowns. In many situations, the closure of schools has exacerbated an already dire situation with regards to attacks on schools and protected personnel, already much impacted because of threats and insecurity. Now, the lockdown closures of schools raise the risk of empty school premises being taken over by warring parties for their use for military purposes, eroding children's access to education even more. How can your academic network help to mitigate and prevent the suffering of children in situations of armed conflict? Universities have an important role to play by training professionals who work on children's rights issues, including in policy formulation, legal frameworks, statistics, data development, as practitioners for child protection in the field, and through the promotion of academic research to fill knowledge gaps in important areas affecting children caught up in conflict or recovering from it. We all need to invest in creating the human resources needed for working on child rights and child protection issues. Lawyers, child protection advisors, doctors, psychologists, sociologists, statisticians, social workers, government officials, staff of non-governmental organizations, teachers, journalists, all are needed. This agenda is multidimensional, and research drawn from various disciplines is essential for a much more comprehensive understanding of the challenges we are facing today. You can make a difference through multidisciplinary training and through the research needed to end and prevent violations against children in situations of armed conflict. Over the years, the international community has tapped on many different resources to make things happen for children, but it has never applied its intellectual power to this end. Through your research and your training of professionals who become expert on children and armed conflict, your network can become the force multiplier we need to ensure that children are no longer used and abused by, in, and for armed conflict. Only working together can we restore hope to this most vulnerable of children. I thank you for your help.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the speech of Virginia Gamba, Special Representative. And we can say with that we have to underline how many children are invisible nowadays, and problems today aggravated by the coronavirus. And so it's very important in the direction of reaching concrete results. It's important to turn on the lights of research about these sufferings. And so now we will have the floor Professor Maurizio Oliviero, Rector of Perugia, if he can hear us. Please, Professor. We had some little technical problems. If Professor Oliviero can hear us, why not? We can go ahead, and we can send now. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Professor Olivero, I think he has a problem with the audio still.
Okay. Now the address of Professor Maria Caterina Federici of University of Perugia, please. Thank you.
No.
Professor Poker. Okay. If you can hear us, we can go on with the program.
We can send the video that.
Okay.
The video of Sergio Iovino.
Okay. Allora, now let's see a beautiful musical video, and is a video unreleased, the song Let Them Play With Their Dreams, realized by the Italian songwriter and singer Sergio Iovino, responsible for the artistic part of the project. And this video was made in collaboration with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the International Cooperation, with which contributed to this project. And the network intends to spread the video in all the international fora. And this video, this song, is the first song to represent, by means of poetry and aphorism, the 6 grave violations against children identified by the United Nations. Please.
little souls. We die so fragile, or dream of living in a colorful world. Suspended in the uncertainty of tomorrow, wandered by an incomprehensible world, dressed in rage and cruelty. Then it's time to join us all. Take our hand, don't be afraid anymore. In the sky, the hand of God will deliver a lift to your heart. We will write your future on a blackboard. We will take care of your wants. We are your present, you will be our future. Little souls, now you are saved. Dark souls, guilty of an incomprehensible world, who interrupt their sleep, injure their pureness, tear the way for all. Let them play with their dreams, so that when they finish sleeping, they will be not afraid to open their eyes. Then it's time to join us all. Take our hand, don't be afraid anymore. In the sky, the hand of God will deliver a lift to your heart. We will write your future on a blackboard. We will take care of your wants. We are your present, you will be our future. Little souls, now you are saved.
Thank you. Thank you to Sergio Iovino for this nice video we have played, and this video can have a good impact on the heart of millions of students and people all around the world. And then, if she can hear me, we have the pleasure to have the address of Maria Caterina Federici of the University of Perugia. Thank you.
Thank you, Giambattista. Mi sentite?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
Very good. Oh, bonsoir à tous et à tous et bon après-midi. Merci de votre participation à ce séminaire. Je débute en français, après je parlerai en anglais. Et merci de votre participation à ce séminaire et merci aussi à notre recteur Maurizio Olivieri et à la vice-ministre Madame Marina Sereni et surtout à Madame Virginia Gamba, le spécial représentatif des Nations Unies for Children Armed Conflict. Et merci à la mia collègue Paolo De Nardis, à la mia collègue La Spina, à tous les amis et les collègues qui sont ici joints. Ottimo. Allora, giving hope to girl children in harmed conflict represent is a visible, constant and social essence, notwithstanding differing interest. We have built a network of various academic institutions. The network is engaged to analyze and develop a full understanding of these issues. Today, the seminar is not only of a social sensibility of the importance of sociological and legal studies amongst the international scientific community of the importance of sociological and legal studies. The network is a pioneer of sociological and law studies about a question concerning children, issue regarding children in conflict area and their future. The birth of this network arrives when there's a transformation open the way to tension and change of a society for a greater change tomorrow. The influence of immigration on cultural exchange has long been studied. That is, migratory movement produce changes in the village and the town of origin. At this moment, it is impossible to know precisely the particular situation of other children and their relationship with the external world. Human freedom present no difficult as regard to the construction of the science of a society. If we admit that the free choice of will are random variables and that the principle of the law of a large number is valid. The concept opens the doors to a delicate methodological problems. We need hope, we must hope that there's develop and full freedom without suffering any violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Federici. And now, in this moment, we have the address of Professor Laura Guercio of University of Perugia. We'll have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Brunori, for giving me the floor. Yes, we have a technical problem, but we have to go on. So I'm deeply honored to talk today about the creation and aims of the first international universities network on children in armed conflict. The idea arose in 2019 on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the Convention for the Rights of the Child, and it began shaping itself this year on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the optional protocol. Just a few months ago, the universities that are now members of the network were first contacted and were asked to join in a common commitment to share their knowledge, research, and experiences to face together the drama of human rights violations against children in armed conflicts, including killing and mutilation, recruitment and the use of child soldiers, attacks on schools and hospitals, sexual violence, kidnapping, and the denial of humanitarian assistance. These violations are included in the video of the network that we have just seen, co-founded by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. All the universities that were asked to participate in this project not only immediately accepted, they took it upon themselves to conduct and get other universities involved. The enthusiasm with which the project was met has resulted in a network that currently counts 35 universities, with new ones still joining. The universities come from different geographic areas: Europe, North America, South America, Africa, and Middle East. Thanks to the important support of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, they are gathered here today, even if with some technical problems, to share and discuss point of views, suggestions, and guidelines regarding the next commitments the network should embark on. What is the need for universities network concerned with children in armed conflict? Ms. Gamba explained it. For one, because the soul of the academic world lies in the youth that learns from it and comprises it. And the researchers and professors who allow this institution to grow have the duty to work for the benefit of young people and future generations. It is in virtue of this that the academic world cannot remain insensitive towards the serious lacerations that are suffered by youth affected by armed conflicts. Furthermore, the academic world also plays a key part in the transformative processes of society. And the more the academic world is able to foster a culture of dialogue and research, the more social issues of all nature will have a chance to improve. The first commitment of the network is to work together on the condition of girl children in war zones. Today's conference will be the opening event of a week during which all 35 universities will carry out parallel and independent activities, including classes, webinars, aimed at raising awareness among students on the issue of girl children affected by armed conflict. This week-long series of events will end Friday 20th, on the occasion of the International Day of Children. But why should we talk about girl children in armed conflict? Miss Virginia Gamba told us, although the drama of the violence experienced by children in combat zones is unfortunately shared by both boys and girls, a gender perspective is needed to fully grasp the specific form of violence suffered by girls and their dire consequences. More and more children have become unwilling participants in hostilities, and girls and girl children seem to be the major victims of this disconcerting trend. Ms. Virginia Gamba and Ms. Marina Sereni underline it. Child soldiers disarmament, demobilization, and the rehabilitation programs must take into account girls and girl children and their specific backgrounds. On the contrary, girls are often forgotten. First of all, because they are unwilling to come forward, as their very communities tend to stigmatize, marginalize, and to blame the girls themselves for what happened to them. All these issues represent the challenges the international community must face, and often the resources available are scarce when compared to the complexity of these objectives. This is why the network was created and why we are gathered here today. This network sets out to become a new constructive resource for the international community. Now, it's with my deep pleasure that I give the floor to Judge Fausto Pocar, former president of the ICTY and of the Appeal Chamber of the ICTR, who has so enthusiastically accepted to join us in coordinating the network. Professor Marchese was supposed to be with me and Professor Pocar today, but due to sudden impediment, he could not join us. Anyway, he will be one of the co-chairmen of the next conference held this Friday 20th. Please, Fausto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura, for giving me the floor. You have recalled the enthusiasm that accompanied the idea, your idea of this network on children in armed conflict, and the readiness of many universities and other centers of legal and political research to join the network and cooperate together on this important issue. I firmly believe that universities, as the highest institutions of education of new generations, have a significant role to play in this matter by promoting fundamental values of human dignity and human rights through their studies and research of international customary and treaty law, national and international practice, the identification of situations where such practice diverges from and even bluntly violates the law, and by shaping the principles and guidelines to be applied in order to put that practice on the right track. As the song of the network we just listened to says, children are our future, and the present generation must strive to ensure that they are not exposed to violations and sufferings which will deeply affect their rights and lives in the future. The university's voice, alongside the activity of international organizations, including the United Nations and national governments, and I welcome the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that has been reiterated here by Vice Minister Sereni, and private institutions also represent an essential contribution to a matter that cannot be left only to the military world. In this context, we must be aware that most of the sufferings and the violations children are targeted of in armed conflict, Virginia Gamba has given examples of that, constitute either war crimes or crimes against humanity, or both, as the jurisprudence of international criminal courts and tribunals has recently clarified. And this is even more true for girl children, who are more vulnerable than males, as Laura just mentioned. Let me mention how violence, in particular sexual violence, against women and frequently girls, has become a weapon in armed conflicts and has been recognized as a war crime in relation to the conflicts in the Balkans, in a leading case before the tribunal of the former Yugoslavia, notwithstanding the vague legal provisions existing in written international law. After 20 years from that leading case, the law has been defined and settled. But the story of the sufferings of the girls that were heard as witnesses and at the same time victims remains carved in my memory as a reminder and an incitement not only to bring perpetrators to justice, but to commit to prevent that such sufferings are inflicted again, as it unfortunately continues to happen in too many armed conflicts that ravage the world today. I hope that this common commitment of the participants in this network that will be further confirmed in these conferences may contribute to some extent, however light, to alleviate these sufferings. And now I give the floor back to Laura Guercio, who will moderate the first panel of today's conference. Thank you for your attention.
Microphone.
I'm so sorry. Yes, thank you, Fausto. I'm sorry, I forgot the microphone. Thank you, Fausto. Yes, now the floor goes to our friends and colleagues from the different universities of the network. The violation of girl children's rights in armed conflict. This is the title of the first panel that I have the pleasure to moderate. I would like to start this panel by giving the floor to Professor Giuseppe Cataldi from the University of Naples, L'Orientale, Italy. Professor Cataldi, as we said during armed conflict, girls are subjected to widespread and extremely serious and systematic form of human rights violation. Such violation can have a mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, and material repercussion. More specifically, I would like to ask Professor Cataldi, in what way do the CRC and optional protocol help to prevent this situation and protect girl children? The floor is yours, Professor Cataldi.
Thank you very much. First of all, may I thank you for having given me the possibility to, in 5 minutes, to give a little presentation and also to participate with my university, University of Napoli Orientale, to this network. In my university has all the different kind of competences and experience in order to try to fulfill its role in this project. First of all, what are we talking of? It has already been said. We have nearly 250 million children who live in these crisis zones in more than 20 countries all over the world affected by conflicts. 25 million of children out of school, exposed to physical harm, to psychological threats, and of course, with a particular vulnerability, it has already been said, victim of domestic, of sexual violence, of gender inequality, of poverty, and so on. And what is also worse is that crimes often are committed against children, soldiers, not by members of the adversary armed groups, but by their same fellow members within the same national armed force. And we have a lot of cases confirmed by International Court of Criminal Courts case law. And unfortunately, UN peacekeepers and other multinational forces have perpetrated sexual abuses against civilian children, in particular girls. And of course, girls are more vulnerable than male soldiers, than male children. We have all the data which come from semi-occupation powers like ISIS, like Tamil, like FARC. When there is the exercise of control of a territory, it is even more, it is even easier to recruit and to exploit children. And 4 out of 10 child soldiers are girls. And with all the dramatic consequences we know. We have 2 kinds of how can I say, of activities, because we have girl child soldiers, but we have also girls associated in support activities like unfortunately sexual services to members of the troops, domestic services, sexual enslavement, forced marriage, and so on. And it has already been reminded all the history of Boko Haram, which teaches us a lot about this kind of, how can I say, difficulties in regarding these girls as victims of forced marriage or sexual enslavement, or as responsible, as perpetrators. And in particular, once they have been saved, once they have been repatriated, but most of these girls, once grown up, they continue to affirm their will to participate to this kind of action. So this is a particular difficulty. What about international Lucy Force? And I come to your question. Of course, in this matter, we have a combination, an overlapping of rules, because general human rights law applies to all persons, and as well as, of course, CRC, the Convention on the Right of the Child, because the idea that human rights instruments do not apply during an armed conflict is no longer valid. Once it was said that there was the necessity to enforce international humanitarian law, there was no room for human rights law. Of course, it is no more this one the rule. Concerning the Convention on the Right of Child and its protocol, I just want to underline, because I have no time to go deeper, the concept of the best interest of the child, the well-known concept in Article 3, paragraph 1, and Article 41, the more favorable principle, which transformed the convention in a sort of minimum standard, because according to this principle of all the pertinent rules, primacy should always be given to the rule that furnishes the most effective and broadest scope of guarantees. And of course, these rules must be completed with all the other conventions offered by the human rights law system. For example, in the European context, the Council of Europe conventions, the Lanzarote 2007 Convention against Sexual Exploitation, 2005 against trafficking human beings, and also with the rules of international humanitarian law. Children are protected as civilians and benefit from special protection as children. The recruitment and use of child soldier is considered as a war crime according to the statute of the International Criminal Court. And another set of rules is the international refugee law. But coming back to international humanitarian law, of course, we have to analyze, it is not the moment to do it in detail, the 4 Geneva Conventions, 1949, and the 1977 protocols, with all the special protection given to children, the exclusion of death penalty, safety zones to protect them from the effects of wars, the separation from adults, and so on. And must be underlined that most of these rules now are considered as customary law. What does all of that mean? That the rules are there. We have a complete set of rules. The problem is, as usual, the lack of a sufficient implementation of this rule, the flagrant violation that still happen, and then with the COVID-19, even more, there is the danger that all these subjects can be exposed also to infection due to the situation in which they are forced to live. And I'm speaking of course, of children soldiers. So there is the necessity to, I think, to open the interpretation, to make a wider interpretation of all these rules, intensifying the possibility of giving effect to the notion of vulnerability and to people with special needs. It is not by chance that I quote these two notions, because they are very much used in domestic jurisprudence, in domestic case law, in many systems, because they are comprehensive, and so in a certain way they give the judges, but as well as functionaries, the possibility to give a wider protection to all these people in need. The solution is very easy, but it is difficult at the same time. It's prevention against all these facts, all these very terrible tragedies which happen and affect in particular children, and of course to make stronger the prosecution against all responsible subjects, because we have seen also the difficulties of reintegration, the post-conflict traumas, the refusal by communities of origin. So the need to act before and after, more than during the conflicts when they have exploded. So my final word is this one: please act before and act after, in order to implement in the correct way all these rules that, in particular, in the past century, were codified. Thank you very much.
Okay, I had a problem with my microphone as well. Thank you, Professor Cataldi, for your analysis. Surely, yes, surely we need to implement important acts, as you said. And since the CRC and its protocol, children's rights and protection in the international system have been regularly addressed by the United Nations. This has happened also in virtue of the new shift in causes and objectives that have warranted more recent contemporary violent conflicts. But can we the same be said with regards to the regional system? I would like to ask this question to Professor Laura Carpaneto from the University of Genoa, Italy. Professor Carpaneto, do regional systems provide adequate protection to girl children in armed conflicts? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you very much for the involvement in this project. Let me also thank you on behalf of my colleague and friends, Ilaria Quirolo, Professor of International Law at the University of Genoa, and Aristide Caniepa, who is now connected and is a Professor of Public Comparative Law at the University of Genoa. It's very difficult to answer that adequate protection is provided for the more at regional level. My focus will be on the European Union, and I want to thank very much two colleagues of the University of Antwerp, which published a very interesting study on this, which is entitled Child Soldiers and the EU Policy on Children and Armed Conflict. They are real experts on this topic. And what comes out from this very important study, which is not just a desk study, but they cooperate with the non-governmental organization on the field, is that, first of all, there is a stronger legal basis for a stronger action of the European Union in this field after the Lisbon Treaty. So the commitment is clear. The European Union wants to protect the children's rights, not only internally, but also in the external action. And this is written in the treaty, in the Treaty on the European Union, as well as in the Charter of Fundamental. So there is a legal basis to do something. What has done up to now the European Union is to adopt an original approach. Perhaps this is the main achievement up to now. The European Union has not focused on the children soldiers, not on the girls specifically. The European Union adopts a comprehensive approach, focusing on all children affected at different stages of their life by armed conflict. So the idea is that it's not perhaps the best way to approach the problem to isolate the soldiers, because not all of them are soldiers. As some professors have pointed out, the role of these children in conflict varies very much. And for girls, it's perhaps more correct to talk about girls affected by these conflicts more than involved. The third aspect I want just to mention in this brief presentation is that there is a possible added value of the EU intervention in this field. To use a word which is very much used today, the EU can be a strong influencer in order to promote the ratification of the main instruments, not only internally, not all EU member states have provided ratification of the main international instruments. I mention also the Arms Trade Treaty beside the main treaty that the colleague mentioned, but also externally vis-à-vis third countries, as well as vis-à-vis non-governmental organizations and third states. So the EU has this important role, which has been also recognized at international level with the Nobel Prize in 2012, which was devoted, the prize itself was devoted just to children, again, in order to promote their education, in particular in conflict, in places where conflicts were active. So to sum up, the contribution can be at diplomatic level with the enforcement of the guidelines which the EU has adopted, with the enforcement of the toolkit which together with UNICEF has adopted the EU, and these are instruments, typical instruments of external policy of the EU, but could be also at financial level through the financial and through the conditional of the EU in external relations. If I just can mention just two criticisms of the action of perhaps one problem is that the EU intervention frequently happens at the moment of the crisis, and it's difficult to move from humanitarian assistance to a real development assistance, which would be important. And also many projects are now on, and many of them touch the problem of helping children involved, affected by armed conflict, but the results of these projects are not put together, and the real policy has not been developed up to now. So this maybe could be a future purpose of this organization, which however is very sensitive on the problem. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Carpaneto, Laura, for such a description of the situation at a regional level, specifically in regards to the European Union. So far, we have discussed about the adequacy of the international regional system, but what about states? States should act to impose targeted measures against these grave right violations, also according to Article 38 of the Convention. On this specific aspect, I would like to ask Professor Domenico Rosani from the University of Innsbruck, Austria. What is the level of legal implementation of the first optional protocol and of the Wall Convention in domestic law? Professor Rosani, the floor is yours. Professor Rosani? We have some problems with, of course, with before with some people who wanted to disturb us, so we had to control people who was inside. But if Professor Rosani is not with us yet, I will go on, and I would like to give the floor to Professor Fazeli, waiting for Professor Rosani, and I would like to talk with Professor Fazeli, and I would like to ask her, Professor Ruja Fazeli, she is from the Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland. I would like to ask Professor Fazeli, is the phenomenon of girl children affected by armed conflicts well known, or does this specific relation have a tendency to be understudied in some cases? Please, Professor Ruja Fazeli, if you are connected.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation and to the organizers as well. And I have to say, you've done a formidable job of organizing all of us during a pandemic with people trying to break through or do whatever. So thank you. Can I ask if I could share my screen? If somebody can give me permission, I have a PowerPoint to share. If it's not,
I ask Simona, please, to support Professor Castelli. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it? Great.
Yes, great.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to depart a little bit from the legal paradigm and talk more kind of around religion, gender, and Iran and Iraq war, as someone who grew up during the Iran and Iraq war. And in the midst of the presentation, I hope to answer your question as well. So to speak of child soldiers and the girl child in situation of conflict in the Iranian context, one has to first of all contextualize the recent histories of the revolution and to highlight the importance of martyrology within Shia Islam. In Shia Islam, no other event has contributed more to martyrology than the martyrdom of the Shia Imam Hussein in Karbala on Ashura. This is 680. The martyrdom of Hussein is seen not only symbolic as a model for all martyrdom seekers, it has become a defining symbol for Shia Muslims of the profound injustice of the world. The role of women in martyrdom in Shia Islam is intrinsically linked to the event of Karbala. The women of Karbala are, on the one hand, regarded as those who needed protection, and on the other, revered as strong women, strong because they coped with the loss of their men. In particular, Zainab, this is one of the presentation here on this slide, Hussein's sister and the granddaughter of Prophet Muhammad, stands as a symbol and embodiment of this vulnerable strength. The story of Karbala, as one of the major historical accounts of martyrdom in Islam, is one dominated by the male martyrs, with Hussein often being called Sayyid al-Shuhada, Lord of Martyrs. Women have more often been regarded as the proud mothers of martyrs, self-sacrificing, becoming the emblematic symbols of a nation at war. This is Lala Khalili, who I've cited. Following the model of martyrs established by Zainab, women were accordingly encouraged to send their sons, brothers, husbands along the path of martyrdom. This image of the sacrificial mother, a mother who sacrifices his son for the homeland and her fate, was also used during the Iran and Iraq war. The well-known slogan of the 8-year war was Behesht zir paye madaran ast. Paradise is underneath the feet of the mothers. The mothers of martyrs fill a very specific gendered role, similar to the role of Zainab in Karbala. In an interview, the mother of Hossein Fahmideh, a 13-year-old child soldier who became known as a heroic martyr and whose life and sacrifice Iranian students studied in government-issued textbooks, spoke of her pride in having offered her son to the path of God. She stated, "I am proud of being the mother of a martyr and of a child such as Hussein, who I offered as a present in the path of God, Islam and my faith, and I hope God will accept this small gesture from me." The Iran and Iraq war between 1980 and 88 saw Iranian boys between 10 and 14 years of age get involved in fighting. Often, these child soldiers were used for mine clearance, sent through fields with plastic keys around their necks, so as to be able to open heaven's gates when they died. Some commentators seize on this religious symbolism to highlight their religiosity, as well as the deceptive methods used by the Islamic Republic to convince minors to enlist. Certainly, some child soldiers who volunteered or were volunteered by families for the war effort approached it as a religious duty. At the same time, other scholars have highlighted the substantial recruitment of boy soldiers from poorer Shia families who expected the boys to work and help support their families. childhood was not seen as an ideal or a time of leisure or educational development. And another argument focuses on the gendered ethos of the Iran and Iraq war alongside this economic dimension. Soldiering offered poorer boys autonomy in relation to girls and also more privileged classes of boys. It allowed them to claim a masculine space distinct from the wartime domestic sphere, which was otherwise now populated almost solely by women, girls, and older men. According to Ahmadi, in addition to financial and agentic incentives, the war zone ethos and its masculine homosociality also made the front line appealing to poor and working class boys who preferred the education of the front to that of the school. Contemporary and historical understanding of childhood in Iran must be grounded in the intersecting factors of religion, class, and gender. It's important to remember as well that there is a difference between the age of maturity or majority for boys and girls in Shia Islam. Boys are minors up to the age of 15 and girls are minor up to the age of 9. This difference is reflected in the wartime propaganda used by the Islamic Republic during the Iran and Iraq war. An image from 1980 shows a very young girl, perhaps no more than 7, posing in a hijab and holding a rifle with a flower in its barrel. Shirazi. The text accompanying the image, words from Ayatollah Talabani reads, "Our army does not belong only to our brothers in the armed forces. Men and women, young and old in our country are the members of the Islamic army and are guardians of Islam." As Shirazi notes, the young female figure in a full adult hijab suggests that even as a tender age, every Iranian girl is expected to step into adult roles. She must exhibit adult moral behavior, demonstrating her chastity through adoption of an adult hijab, aligning herself with Zainab by becoming a courageous warrior. She is part of the next generation of the Iranian women safeguarding Islam by supporting and contributing to the war. The expectation that even a young girl should be ready and willing to assume the role of woman martyr, that is sending men off to war in a way that was calm and accepting, underscores the ponderous emotional weight placed upon Iranian women and girls by the Islamic Republic through their conscription, symbolic and otherwise, in the logic of martyrdom. New figures suggest that some 500 Iranian women fought as combatants during Iran and Iraq war, and nearly 25,000 female doctors, nurses, and aid workers also served on the front lines. Amongst these was 17-year-old child soldier Zahra Hosseini. Farzaneh writes, "Hosseini did everything from washing dead bodies to burying people to transferring patients to actually picking up a gun and shooting." In recent years, there has been a change in discourse when talking about women and girls in Iran in relation to combat. Increasingly, they are considered not only as mothers, daughters, wives, and sisters of martyrs, but like Zahra Hosseini, as martyrs themselves. Although Iran has signed and ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child, ratified 1994, it has only signed the optional protocol on the rights of the child on the involvement of children in armed conflict in 2010. Now, more than 30 years since the end of the Iran and Iraq war, Iran continues to deploy child soldiers in its proxy wars. In 2017, Human Rights Watch reported that Afghan children as young as 14 were being recruited by the Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps to fight in Syria. The same year, the Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting showed an interview with an Iranian child soldier fighting in Syria. In it, the 13-year-old from northern Iran declared himself a defender of the shrine. To make a short conclusion, when confronted with these images, it's clear that we must redouble efforts to defend such children who, in the context of Iran and elsewhere, continue to be carried away from childhood and into conflict by a dangerous mixture of authoritarian governance, social religion, performative gender, and poverty. So I will stop sharing. That's finished for me.
Thank you, Ruja. Thank you for your interesting contribution and for underscoring the contrast between the concept of war front homosociality and feminized domestic spaces. But I see Professor Rosani Domenico, so now I give you back the floor. And I was asking you before, because we have talked about United Nations, European Union, but what about states? Because states should act to impose targeted measures against these grave rights violations, also according to Article 38 of the Convention. So, Domenico, what is the level of legal implementation of the first optional protocol and of the World Convention in domestic law? The floor is yours.
Hi, Laura. A very important implementation dimension is the way how children are visible in national constitution, because including children into constitution may provide for a very important frame of reference for both policy and legislation inside and outside a state in order to cope with children's vulnerability, but also to foster children's autonomy rights. That's the main reason why the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child, as you know, keeps requiring states to recognize the rights of the child already at the constitutional level. This year we are celebrating a double anniversary. It's 20 years from the first and second optional protocol, but it's also 30 years from the whole convention entering into force in 1990. And it's very interesting to note how these anniversaries have the power to shape the way how children are visible in a certain legal system. Of course, the picture is very much complex, so now we'll just focus on 3 European countries which show quite a remarkably different approach in this regard. And these countries are Germany, Italy, and Austria. Let's start with the last one, Austria, the country where I live. Well, the Austrian constitution did not have any reference at all to children until 10 years ago. In 2010, because of that year's double anniversary, things changed. The anniversary gave momentum to a social, political, and academic debate on making children more visible in international Austrian constitution. What was the output? The output was an own constitutional act on children's rights, which was adopted in 2011, and which has the same value as the constitution. This constitutional act on children's rights recognized the most important provisions in this regard, like the best interest of the child, like the right of the child to be heard in decisions affecting their lives, like the right to be protected from violence. A similar discussion is currently ongoing in Germany 10 years later because of this year's double anniversary. The German constitution, the Grundgesetz, has just one very limited reference to children in the framework of family. So already last year, several proposals were suggested in order to amend the constitution to make children more visible. Some of these are quite innovative, others rather conservative, I would say. It's interesting to note in this regard that the German constitutional scholars are rather skeptical. They say children already enjoy the human rights as provided to everyone. What's more, the German Constitutional Court has developed over the years quite an extensive jurisprudence on children. So there is no need to have a specific provision on children. At the same time, on the other hand, the supporters of amending the Constitution say, among others, some quite important civil society actors, they say it's true, but making children more visible, legal clarity is very important to raise awareness among the general population on the fact that children have rights, and therefore, indirectly, it's very important in order to positively shape public action and policy and legislation. But what's the situation in Italy, the country where I'm from and where you also, Laura, are from? Well, the Italian constitution does have quite some references to children. At the time when it was adopted in 1947, it was quite an advanced constitution. But for nowadays standards, It is not. It is not. Still, there is not much debate about making children more visible in Italy, in the Italian constitution. Italian scholars adopt a similar argumentation like the German peers. They say children enjoy the human rights as provided to everyone, so there's no need to have specific provisions on children. What's the consequence on the level of legislation? Well, it very much depends on the field where you focus on. In some areas, the Italian public action policy legislation is quite child-centered. But in some others, it is not. Like as regards the area which I'm more expert on, criminal law. Well, there, the interests of children are quite often not fully considered in the decision-making process. And what's more, the opinion of children is not considered, is disregarded, because the Italian legislator quite often says children are minors, and as minors, their will, their opinion does not count, which is not exactly very compatible with the right to be heard the Convention provides children with. I don't hear you, Laura.
I'm sorry, Domenico.
Yeah,
so we can conclude saying that national constitution should be amended then in order to include a specific provision on children, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. That's my opinion. It's correct to say children already enjoy human rights as provided to everyone, but having a national constitution clearly recognizing children's rights and children generally has the power to raise public awareness on the situation of children, and therefore bring policy and legislation to take more seriously into account children's needs and children's aspirations. Especially recognizing children's rights within a certain constitution has the power to move a certain legal system away from a just protection-oriented approach to children to a more rights-based one. Of course, this move has also, just a minute more, this move is also quite a symbolic, I want to say, it has quite a symbolic component as well. But let's not underestimate the capacity of a constitution to positively influence public action, but also private attitudes. And I think the scholarship, the academic sector, is in charge to stimulate such a discussion in order to make children more visible in national constitution. Of course, highlighting the drawbacks, but also its many positive effects. And I hope this year's double anniversary will give further momentum to such a debate worldwide. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Domenico. Let's hope.
Let's hope.
Thank you, Domenico, Professor Rosani, for addressing this very interesting topic of the constitutionalization of children's rights and for specifying how this should enhance girls' and boys' stances. But the reality that we are currently facing shows us that the number of girl children affected by armed conflict is very high, and that in some cases, this relationship can be understudied, as Professor Fazeli Ruja underlined before. She talked about the contrast between the concept of war front homosociality and feminized domestic spaces. And regarding these spaces, can we claim to fully understand the consequences of the violence suffered by girls in armed conflict? I would like to put this question to Professor Claudiana Beșcu from the University of Tirana, Albania. Professor Beșcu, I hope you are connected. Professor Beșcu?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, nice to see you. Professor Beșcu, in your opinion, are we fully aware of the impact that violence in armed conflicts has on girl children and of the implication that such forms of violence could present in their future development? Please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Lara. Thank you for this very interesting event, putting together academics and policymakers, which is very necessary in order to face the nowadays challenges, and also to put together all this huge network of collaborators. especially for a region for the region where I come from, the Western Balkans. This issue is very important because the region has passed through some very hard ethnic conflicts in the 90s, as you know. And going back to these conflicts, there is, in my view, sometimes there is a lack of the usage of the gender studies or gender perspective as the unit of analysis in these conflicts, especially to the case of Kosovo. There is not this lack towards the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, where there have been many studies stating that the rape against women and girls has been used as a weapon to deteriorize the enemy. But in the case of Kosovo, there is a lot left still to be done in order to properly address these cases. In this using this case, I would like to draw the attention on how much the past influences even the present. There are some reports of the Human Rights Watch. Anyone can easily find them online, stating that there has been a high number of rapes towards women and girls during the Kosovo War in the 90s, 1999 especially. But even though the report states that the number is about 96, the last report, the one of 2019, it appears to be more than this. But there is not any study which deals especially with this. The rhetoric on this war is mostly a man's rhetoric, dealing with the fighters of this with the heroes of the war, and there is not a lot saying on the women's role and on the girls' role. While there are facts documenting that during the mass exodus versus Albania, during the bombardments, there have been a high amount of rapes happening in three directions. One of them was rapes within the houses of the Albanian population. The other one had to do with rape during the streets. There used to be Serb militia who stopped the Albanian caravans going through Albania in order to escape this ethnic cleansing. That were asking for money in order not to rape the little girls of these families. And there are documented testimonies that say that even though the families were giving the money asked, still the little girls could not escape the rape cases. So yes, after the war, there have been a lot of exhibitions or some movies, but not a real and proper research field work. Why I'm saying this? I'm saying this because we have, as everybody might know, there has been a very important moment nearly two weeks ago, when a special prosecutor court has taken as suspicious some of the Albanian leaders of Kosovo. The president himself is gone to this special court prosecution, and in my opinion, not having had a lot of studies, of exhibits, of researching properly in these cases, has not helped to raise awareness of who is the victim and who is the aggressor of that conflict. And this is especially important because, as you might know, there is a dialogue going on between Pristina and Belgrade within the European Union context, which might not be successful and which appeared not to be very successful if the past is not read and is not considered properly or in an objective way. To cut it short, it could have been very easier for this dialogue if justice and transnational justice in this case had acted before, have acted properly and in response to the conflict within the years after the conflict, and not take all this time to act or to react towards this this past conflict. So why I'm trying to bring back this case and this illustration from the past, because this gender focus, this gender approach on ethnic conflicts, especially in Albanian background, leads us to other two problems, which is the fact that there are a lot of missing returnees in their home, not only in Kosovo but in the whole Western Balkans. And my fear is that the reintegration of the victims, at that time, the little girls who have now grown up and been ladies and grown-up women, has not worked or functioned properly. That is my fear, and I think that not talking and not addressing these questions in the right moment and in the right way can bring to these consequences that I already mentioned in the region, especially in the region of the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Claudiana, for your contribution. And thank you also for clarifying the very important cultural aspect that could be at stake when we talk about violence against girl children in armed conflict. We have addressed different specific cases up until now, and on that note, I would like to take advantage of the presence of Professor Cyprien Mushonga from the University of Calamy, Université de Calamy, République démocratique du Congo, if she is properly connected. Professor Cyprien Mushonga. Otherwise, I will give her the floor later. And I would like to talk now with Professor Marco Pertili from the University of Trento, Italy. Is he connected?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Marco. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you very much to the organizers for this great job. Thank you very much. Notwithstanding the difficulties, we will make it.
Yeah, thank you for being with us. We have some difficulties, technical difficulties, but because it's an open, yes, it's big, and so.
Of course. Thank you very much. Thank you very much on behalf of the University of Trento, the School of Law, and Professor Nesi as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our greetings to him. I would like to discuss with Professor Marco Pertili about what's next. I mean, the convention and the protocol are doubtless good starting points, but considering all that we heard up until now, what should be done next?
Well, I think what should be done is more on the institutional level than on the normative one. So I believe perhaps we should focus on the role of institutions and to investigate how they should perhaps tackle or better tackle the issue. So I would like to start with the role of the Security Council. I'm not normally a big fan of the Security Council, but I think it must be acknowledged that in this specific, with regard to this specific issue, the Security Council has done a lot, has been quite important. So open debates, general resolutions, identifying the 6 fundamental violations, specific resolutions with regard to specific crises, the adoption of sanctions, the listing of individuals responsible for committing, recruiting or committing crimes against children in armed conflicts. So the Security Council has done, to some extent, both the standard setting and also the implementation in this domain. So I believe this role should continue, and I believe the Security Council might also do some fine-tuning and tackle issues related to girl children in conflict. But the institutional mechanism is there and might work in this respect as well. Now, of course, when we mention the Security Council, the next step logically is the role of peacekeeping missions. And that opens up a Pandora's box, because on the one hand, of course, they have boots on the ground. They are quite important in terms of the use of force. They have child protection officers included in the missions. The protection of children in armed conflict has been included in the mandates. So in principle, they could do a lot in cooperation with local authorities when possible. But of course, we have this stumbling block of sexual misconduct, abuses by peacekeepers, which are to some extent paradoxical, because they should be there to protect children, and in the end we have witnessed this huge problem, which has not been solved yet, of misconduct by peacekeepers. There is an interesting development. There is a debate, of course, as to the role of female peacekeepers. The role of female peacekeepers has been seen as the possible solution, of course, also to this problem of sexual misconduct and abuses on children. Of course, that can be quite important, and I would tend to think that we can safely say that women are in a better position to understand the problems of women and the problems of girl children in armed conflict. So this is definitely an important development if the number of female peacekeepers increases. Now, as at the end of 2018, I was able to find that only 4% of the military components of missions were women. So this is still pretty low. And 13.4% of deployed personnel female by January 2019. So it is still pretty low. Of course, I think a word of caution is needed. We should not think that the problem of responsibility for sexual abuses should be tackled by just increasing the number of women in missions. It should be actually tackled, attributing responsibility and punishing officers responsible for their conduct. So this is an open question, of course. And perhaps another institutional development that I wanted to focus on, apart from the role of peacekeeping missions, is the inclusion of the protection of children in the peace processes. This is quite important. There has been a new practical guidance just released by the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General, a practical guidance for mediators to protect children in situations of armed conflict, incorporating in the negotiations, incorporating in the mediation efforts, the protection of children, so that then also the ceasefire agreements, the peace agreements at the end of the crisis, they incorporated the need to protect children. I think this is a welcome development. This is an important development. There are specific examples. If you have a look at the document adopted by the Special Representative of the Secretary General, there are specific examples of commitments by groups at the end of the conflict or during the negotiations. So, for instance, one commitment in the case of the Central African Republic was specifically related to sexual abuses and the protection of their children, which is quite important. I think it is quite important to acknowledge that conflict they come in a cycle, they are recurrent, they are not there to end abruptly and then we can forget of them. They often recur. So in order to tackle the root causes of conflicts, there has to be an acknowledgement of the problem in the peace process. So I think this is quite an important strategy to incorporate the protection of girl children and children in general terms in the peace processes. Of course, we should remember that the Security Council is not the panacea. We should remember that the Security Council is not always operational. At times, it is only partially operational. Let us think of Syria, for instance, where humanitarian access was so difficult to achieve. Or let us think of crises which are completely ignored, or almost completely ignored by the Security Council. I think of low-intensity conflicts in the Philippines, or I think of Myanmar. They are completely out of the picture. So we should not think the Security Council is the end of the story and is the institutional machinery which can always provide us with a solution. So the role of international criminal law has been already mentioned by Professor Pocar and by others. The role of international criminal law can be very important, and in this respect, I wanted to focus on the fact that, as already mentioned, in the decisions of the International Criminal Court, intra-party violence has been qualified as a war crime, which is very important to girl children in conflict, because they are often victims of intra-party violence. So the fact that in the Ntaganda decision, the International Criminal Court has adopted quite a flexible approach to war crimes, admitting that also intra-party violence can be qualified as war crimes, is very important to the protection has been criticized in the literature, of course, in the academic debate, because it is a very extensive approach to war crimes, but very important to the protection of children in armed conflict. And finally, an open problem, in my view, an issue on which we should reflect and work is, of course, the problem of terrorism and of children, women, girl children associated to terrorism. It is an open question. Public opinion is often divided as to whether they are actually victims or perpetrators. At times, they are stripped of their nationality. They're not protected by the state of nationality. They're not repatriated. So we have seen the problem. We have witnessed the problems related, of course, to the defeat of the Islamic State. But it is a huge problem, I think, of protection, and I think we should at least claim that in moral terms, at least morally, states of nationality, they are to provide protection. They are to provide protection. They are to assume responsibility, repatriating these children. So of course, we are delicate cases are cases between 15 and 18, where also investigating the actual will or the intent of the children plays a role. They are delicate issues, but they should be tackled, I think. So thank you. Thank you very much, Laura.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Marco, for your constructive analysis, full of interesting inputs. And I would like also to extend a thank you to all speakers of this panel for their very constructive contributions. I would like to conclude this first panel by hearing from an organization which actually finds its mission in the protection of minors, and which has stood out through the years for carrying out its work with passion and competence, obtaining great results. It's my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Daniela Fattarella, Director General of Save the Children. I know she is with us. They told me she is with us. So I will address this question. In the experience of the Save the Children, what are the specific violations that girl children are more subjected to in armed conflict? Dear Director General, the floor is yours.
The audio, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize, there was a challenge with unmuting the microphone. So thank you very much for the possibility to be part of this very interesting debate. And I really appreciate all the different interventions that have been made till now. So, I mean, the type of contribution that Save the Children I would like to bring to the floor is really to focus on girls, and especially I'd like to start by sharing two stories. Stories of girls and women who have turned the world into an opportunity to change their lives and the lives of others. The very first woman is Eglantine Jebb. She is the passionate founder of Save the Children, and in 1919 she founded the movement to protect children who were suffering consequences of the First World War. After 100 years, unfortunately, we have to say that her mission and her words that every war is a war against children are really very actual. And this is why Save the Children is working all over the world in conflict zones to protect children. And Eglantine at the time, so 100 years ago, she had a sort of revolutionary vision because she said that children have rights. And at the time, this was really revolutionary. And children, to attain and fulfill their rights, they have to be supported by adults and they have to be supported to get the future they deserve. And this brings me to the second story, which is the story of Golima. She lives in Afghanistan and she is 12 years old. She had to leave her home in Kunduz because of the fighting. When she was rescued by our team in Afghanistan, she told us her story. And she said that armed groups came to her school and they beat the girls and they threatened their families because they wanted to educate girls. She had to leave because her father was beaten almost till death because he didn't want to stop sending her girl children to school. And what Golima said to our colleagues on the field is really impressive for being a child of 12 years old. She said that the school is important and the reason why these armed groups wanted to stop girls to be educated is because education is power, which is very true. Education is power, and if girls can go to school, they can become teachers, they can educate other children, they can create other teachers. And she said that peace will come if we all educate ourselves. These incredible words for me are very powerful because, of course, peace will come with education, but peace will come, but today there is no peace for over 400 million of children who live in conflict, and out of them, more than 200 million are girls. And they are disproportionately affected by the horrors of war. Inequalities with boys are magnified during conflict, making girls more vulnerable to sexual violence, being forced into early marriage. They are denied basic rights, including access to healthcare and education. Girls are more than twice as likely as boys to be out of school if they live in conflict areas. 1 in 5 female refugees have experienced sexual violence, and 9 out of 10 countries with the highest rate of child marriage are conflict-affected states. In addition to this, girls are most frequently at risk to be involved in the support of younger children or sick people. They are forced to stay at home, to drop school, and when they stay at home, they are much more at risk of being involved in gender-based violence. And again, it's like a vicious circle because again, they are forced into marriage and have early pregnancies. So we may say that girls in general, as all children, have nothing to do with armed conflict, but they are the ones who suffer most. They suffer because they are exposed to hunger and disease, they are displaced, they are tortured, they are killed, they are sexually abused, deprived of education, trafficked, separated from parents, and recruited as child soldier. But if I come back to Golima, the young Afghan girl I told the story before, her words shows the strength and resilience of girls growing up in conflict, even when they have suffered some of the worst unimaginable crimes. They still have hope in the future, which are the words that Golima shared with us. So despite protecting girls and children in war is extremely challenging, if I have to share a single action that everybody should care about is education, especially for girls. Education is life-saving. Education is always life-saving, but especially in conflict, it allows to protect a generation from being destroyed completely. Because if a child survives war, but then it doesn't have any sort of education, he will not get access to any form of dignity in his or her future. So that's why Save the Children has always been extremely active in providing education to children living in conflict. And we stand behind the Safe School Declaration signed in 2015, which states the imperative not to use schools for military purposes or to subject students and teachers to attack. Save the Children is a member of the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack. And with our safe school programs, we have helped keeping children safe from all hazards in and out of school and supported government to put their commitment into practice. Save the Children Safe School programming is based on the concept of schools as zone of peace. Again, the word peace mentioned by Golima during her words and her speech. Zone of peace is still something which is a sort of a dream for many children in many countries. We have had tremendous years in the past where we have seen especially schools being attacked during war, and zone of peace has been also a concept which has been repeated several times in this very important year 2020, where we have all been affected by COVID-19. And a man who has stated with big strength the possibility to create peace all over the world has been the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who issued on the 23rd of March an urgent appeal for a global ceasefire in all corners of the world to focus together on the true fight, which is the fight against COVID-19. It has been said several times today that because of COVID-19, children in conflict, and especially girls, they suffer twice, 3 times than even before. But the call of the Secretary General has been unlistened, and despite he also repeated that this on the 27th UN General Assembly session in September, again today there are too many places in the world where the world is still the presence and the future for many children, and especially for many girls. So in short, when I think about Golima, and it's always important to think that behind the number 200 million girls who live in conflict, there are single stories of single persons. So when I think about Golima, we have to think about the terrific challenge that every little girl has to suffer to overcome the life in a conflict zone, but also the hope and the resilience for the future. So again, I think that what we can and we have to offer to these girls are the opportunity to rebuild their future, and this starts from peace, and the peace starts from schools. Thank you very much for hosting me during this very important debate.
Thank you, Ms. Fattarella. Thank you very much. I would like to ask you many questions, but time unfortunately flies. And for this reason, I must give immediately the floor to my colleague, Deborah Capalbo, who will moderate the second panel just about pandemic and girl children's rights. So with my pleasure, I give you, Deborah, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Laura.
Are you okay? Hi, nice to see you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you all the distinguished speakers that gave us a very interesting perspective and an overview of this of the issue that are at the table today. We are now talk about pandemic and conflict, international humanitarian law in girl, children in armed conflict. We have many notable speakers here today that and I'm honored to moderate this panel because we will have the opportunity to talk about which are the responses, the adequate responses to, in order to protect, in order to give an adequate protection of children, and more specifically to girl children. That is the object of this, of the conference of today. As you know, we have speakers from the academia. And I'm very pleased that it is where I come from Sapienza University, which gives a very important, which is at the first line in promoting human rights, and in more specifically children and girl children rights. I would like to speak with my speakers, with the speakers of this panel, about the connection, the interconnection of pandemics and armed conflicts, because in my opinion, the pandemic is an emergency in within a wider emergency, which is the armed conflict. So, as you know, children are the most vulnerable persons, and they are affected twice in this situation. On the one hand, by the tremendous consequences of armed conflict, and on the other hand, the B-side effects of the pandemic. So I will not take too much time because I will give you the floor to Miss Gloria Cinque, which is represents the General Legal Affairs Department of the Italian Ministry of Defense. And I ask Miss Cinque if she is connected.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I have some problems. Good afternoon to all of these distinguished people. Thank you very much for the participation. I'm an officer of the Italian Ministry of Defense, and I work for the Ministry of Defense. My main task is to negotiate international agreements, and above all, to work about the implementation of the Safe School Declaration and the guidelines for protecting schools and university. Speaking about the situation of children in armed conflicts, we know that they are the most vulnerable persons, and the connection between pandemic and conflict, I must say that the medical sanitary issue must not overlap the security issue. In fact, the Italian Ministry of Defense continued to coordinate, to collaborate with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to implement the Safe Schools Declarations and the guidelines. And we are very joint, we are working very closely and very well together. And in fact, we have set up a joint table aimed at a structured and exchange of reflections and proposals to define the modalities for implementing the Safe School declarations. And then we are divulgating this declaration and all these documents that I've spoke before in the curricula of Institute of Training and Education, the Armed Forces and Carabinieri Corps too, at all levels. We are very focused to implement the Geneva Conventions of 1949, the one and the second protocol, and the United Resolution 1894 too. And we are very focused also to implement the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women and the United Resolution 1325 and the following resolutions. I would say that the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has always, how to say, has always have had the commitment in about the international humanitarian law. Our armed forces are very educated in this, and they are trained about these issues. I think that, in my opinion, the Geneva Convention and their additional protocol includes valid elements which may contribute to the prevention and repression of epidemics, even in the context of internal armed conflicts. Maybe it is necessary to update them, but I think that they are still valid. Maybe in an emergency, maybe to solve the problem about children, I think the most important thing to help nations in difficulties is to negotiate bilateral agreements. I think in this way we can help other countries better. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cinque, for your intervention. And let me say that this joint commitment that you have pointed out between the Italian Ministry of Defense and the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a very good example of and it is also a good practice that we can also share, and we can be proud to give as an example for other states in order to tackle the situation and the violation of children. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cinque again. I will give now the floor to—
You're welcome.
Thank you again. Of Professor Radoslaw Malinowski of Tangata University College of Kenya. I have seen him before. Professor Malinowski, can you confirm that you are connected? Okay, I'm okay.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening. Yes, now I got unmuted. Okay. Yes, in Nairobi is already evening, so like it's dark here, and I have to present from home because we have a police curfew in the evening. But nevertheless, it's my pleasure to be part of this discussion, and I'm very happy for being allowed to present my experience. I don't know if I can share my screen. So I have a short PowerPoint that will help the discussion, I think. I think I must be allowed to share my screen. Yeah.
I think that the organizer needs to let you share. So
Yes.
I have the organizer to give the permission to share the screen to Professor.
You can share.
Okay, I'll got it. Thank you. Yes, so you can see on my screen, I want to share the topic of my presentation is peacekeeping and human trafficking, the role of PSOs in protecting victims and vulnerable population from trafficking. So I'm trying to talk about a very specific issue, very practical oriented issue, because besides me working at the university, besides being an academic, I'm also running an organization that offers a protection to victims of trafficking in Kenya, in Nairobi. And as you know, Kenya is a neighbor to several countries torn by conflict, by armed conflict. And that conflict is a protracted conflict that is with us for years, decades. In Somalia since 1990s, in Congo the same, now in South Sudan and possibly Ethiopia. And the time of pandemic, it's significantly affected the care for the people affected by conflict. And why human trafficking? We need to know that human trafficking is a global phenomenon and is a very gender sensitive issue. 70 to 75% of victims of human trafficking are girls and women. And at the same time, it's often neglected issue when it comes to conflict. Often agencies dealing with issues of conflict push human trafficking on the side. And also we need to remember that during the pandemic, that push is taking the issue of human trafficking further. When we talk about human trafficking, we need to remember that during the armed conflict, human trafficking becomes specifically a problematic issue, because during the armed conflict, we experience derogation of the rule of law and state security. In some extreme cases, there is no security at all. You know, rule of law exists as long as we have institutions who are able to implement the rule of law. In some areas, we have absence of any institution that deals with rule of law for decades, not even years. Also, the conflict parties, especially rebels, they often treat human trafficking as a source of income. They traffic people because that's how they make money, or they treat human trafficking as a method of recruitment. We often think about boys and men as those who are recruited, but it's not true. Girls are constantly more and more recruited into armed conflict. And human trafficking, besides in that direct impact, also has impact on general population. It increases forced migration, increases poverty, increases vulnerability, and of course, all those three, they have a strong impact on population affected, increased vulnerability to trafficking, and also to smuggling, which is often a mixed form of trafficking and smuggling. How does armed conflict affects population through the trafficking lens? Well, those who remain in the armed conflict, they are subjected to sexual slavery, forced marriage, recruitment to armed groups, or forced slavery. They are porters, they are servants, they are farmers, they are working in mines for rebels and for those who are other members of the conflict or other parties of the conflict. Those who are forced to flee the area, they are often forced into sexual exploitation, detention, forced marriage, organ removal, or torture. Now, how do we come to the PSOs? Peace support operation, as we know, the peace support operation often are the only units or the only institutions in the conflict area that are capable of introducing and maintaining some certain rule of law. In the past, peace support operations, they were often focused on conflict-oriented approach, humanitarian approach. So they used to assist the population, they used to assist people, they used to mitigate the effects of conflict, but the issues of migration were hardly touched by the peace support operation. There was like general belief that we need to bring peace into the area, then we can deal with the issues of breaking the rule of law, we can deal with issues such as human trafficking. That approach was changed by the UN Security Council resolution of 2017, specifically in resolution 2388, that called for the more robust approach of peace support operation to ending human trafficking. The idea is that the UN calls for the more robust approach to identifying and protecting victims, more robust approach to building capacity of local law enforcement institutions on combating trafficking and sensitizing local population on trafficking. Something that we hardly think when we deal with the UN peace support operations in Africa or beyond. We often don't consider them being called to work on those 3 areas. Why peace support operations should get involved in addressing the human trafficking challenges? Because in most of the armed conflict areas, we have lack of national mechanisms on how to respond to human trafficking. And we start with the law. There's no law that deals with human trafficking. Of course, that is followed by lack of facilities for victims of trafficking. Reception centers, shelter, they virtually don't exist. Lack of data, so there is no proper knowledge. What are the trafficking streams in the country, who traffics, how people are recruited, and so on. Often we focus on negative contribution on peace support operating staff to human trafficking. I've been working with the AMISOM forces in Mogadishu in Somalia. So most of the AMISOM forces, they've been trained on human trafficking, but rather they've been trained on how to not engage on trafficking. They've been trained how to stay away from trafficking, how not to fuel trafficking. But of course, the UN Security Council resolution calls for different approach. And of course, the local institutions, they are not able to engage. They are being formed, or they lack a basic data and basic knowledge on how to work on human trafficking. So what is the way forward? How we can make a practical step, especially now in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, in fighting one of the biggest abuses of the rights of girls, of the rights of women, the human trafficking. Now we need to acknowledge human trafficking as one of the other humanitarian emergencies in the time of armed conflict. There must be robust training of peace support operations staff on how to manage different migration streams. Funny enough, often the peace support operations, they're not properly trained when they are prepared for the for being part of the mission. They're not trained on how to manage migration. That is still part of something that is acknowledged, that we deal with it after the conflict. And at the same time, peace support operations, they should be sensitizing on human trafficking. They should establish best practices in assisting victims. Then they should transfer those best practices on the local institutions in charge of the rule of law. They should provide services to vulnerable population. That is creating places of refuge and assisting the affected population by those who are affected by traffickers. And of course, capacity building for the local service provider, those who are going to implement the rule of law, police, border guards, also army people, how to address the problem of human trafficking. And when we talk about peace support operation, we need to remember that traditionally we always talk about the military component, but with time, the police and civilian component is gaining role in all peace support operations throughout the world. And with the changing role of the peace support operations, police and civilian component is going to play bigger and bigger role also in combating human trafficking. Now, for us, for the academicians, for the civil society, for practitioners who are trying to change the vulnerability of the affected population by the armed conflict, we need to remember that we need to advocate for the better law implementation. Often we talk that we need new laws, but I believe we need also a better law implementation. For example, the better implementation of the mentioned UN Security Council resolution. We need to get the resolutions, policies, laws to be guaranteed by law, and they must be implemented within certain time frame. Often we create new laws and policies and we let them be. You know, we never implement them. We never get and do a proper follow-up. Human trafficking in armed conflict should be one of the research focus areas. That's a big gap. Human trafficking in general is one of the under-researched phenomena, and yet it is one of the biggest abuses of human rights or children's rights. And the big job for all of us in the future is that we need to give more voice to survivors. Often the only role for the survivors that we give in our programs in policy development, evaluation, implementation is to give testimonies. They need to be more involved, for example, in the research. We need new methodologies on how to work on human trafficking, inviting survivors to take part and to critically assess our research, our data, and our policy implementations. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me a chance to say a few words about my experience of human trafficking and in the area of armed conflict. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Malinowski, for your intervention. I found very interesting what you said about the truth about the lack of data, because if we want to tackle a problem, we need to know how much is the cases that we are regarding to and that we are dealing to. I'd like to ask you, you can also answer at the end of the panel if you want, but you have mentioned numerous legal instruments that we can use of so-called hard law and soft law. But in your opinion, which could be a best practice which combines the legal instruments and also some practical issues, some practical approach in order to tackle the problem?
I think from my kind of experience, from experience working in East Africa, which is a place torn by conflict, migration is a multi-dimensional issue. And the biggest challenge is that often migration is kind of left to certain kind of policy vacuum. There are no adequate policies, or if they exist on paper. Like in East Africa, in the Horn of Africa, we have several bodies that's supposed to serve as a platform for policy creation and for the policy implementation. And often they are not serving this purpose. We have IGAD, Intergovernmental Authority on Development. We have the East African Community, and migration is merely mentioned in the policies and in the life of those organizations. So first, we need a platform that is going to adequately address the problem. Like in the case of Somalia, which is the nearest armed conflict area for Kenya, the national law doesn't provide even definition of human trafficking, but international law does. And they are willing parties, they're willing institutions in Somalia that are trying to address the problem, but they don't have adequate training, adequate equipment, and adequate service. The peace support operation does. You know, we have a AMISOM mission, which is playing a very important role in addressing the conflict, but you'll be surprised that migration is never a kind of is never an issue for the peace support operation. It is the AMISOM forces in Somalia, they have a very traditional approach to conflict, and I believe this has to change if you want to bring effective change. If you want to bring a change that will have that will be sustainable and will end up protracted conflict. So I guess answering your question in a short way, well, identifying platforms to bring the policies, closing the legal gaps, and working with different actors on implementing a better protection for victims of trafficking, which are mainly girls and women.
Thank you again, Professor Malinowski, and thank you for answering to my question. So we can go on, and I'd like to give the floor to Professor Hamed Al-Talafi. I hope that the pronunciation is correct, of the University of Kufa in Iraq. I ask Professor Ahmed if he is connected.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
To correct the name of my family, Al-Fatlawi.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. Good evening or good afternoon. First of all, let me extend my thanks for the University of Perugia and for inviting me to present a brief overview on the issue of children in the times of armed conflicts and COVID-19 within the scope of the university's network for promoting the rights and the protection of children involved in armed conflict. My speech will focus on the current provisions of IHL, and between two phrases, the lex lata or lex ferenda, I mean the current conventions and what's the best for the future. The fact that girl children in the current international and non-international armed conflicts are close to their vows and closest to their effects, and is evident, although the IHL and human rights law faces special protection. The violations that children face are still continuing in the armed conflicts like in Syria, Libya, Yemen, and Afghanistan, and also in my country, when the ISIS controlled in many parts in my country, and there are disaster for against the girl in particular when we have hundreds of girls without any identify cards because their fathers was fighters in ISIS, and their mothers from Yazidi women. Let me also say it is not possible to rely on the weakness of legal provisions as a direct reason for the continuation of these violations. In addition, the compliance of the conflict parties is still far from the international effectiveness in moving responsibility, which can be confirmed in the number of cases considered by the international courts regarding the violations against children, especially when they engaged in armed conflicts as soldiers. In comparison with the number of other cases of a criminal nature. In this regard, we must shed light on an extremely dangerous issue, which is girl in times of armed conflict, as well as times of epidemics, especially COVID-19. In other words, how does international humanitarian law deal with these two abnormal situations? Certainly, the goal of IHL is to alleviate the scourge of armed conflicts, but what would be the case if it was associated with the pandemic, such as COVID-19? Reviewing the current legal rules and what they should be like in the future as an important matter for us to identify the gaps between theory and practice. This is very important issue to as academic circle in my country and my university, we should light in this issue with my students in master's degree and PhD. The gaps between theory and practice, especially in light of 4th Geneva Convention and the 2 additional protocols of 1977. Through the analysis, it is possible to identify the most important points that embody the legal challenge in protecting girls in times of armed conflict and COVID-19 epidemic. Girls are the most vulnerable to physiological pressure in comparison to any other category of civilian, especially if they lose their parents. In societies experienced or faced international armed conflicts or non-international armed conflicts, girls are most in need of the necessary requirements for their survival. On the other hand, the parties to the conflict exploit this need to involve girls to be soldiers or to have participated in direct combat actions, or to exploit them in providing like sexual services to other soldiers. In other words, the girl does not obtain natural rights except by giving up the right to life as a girl, and this is a grave violation in light of international humanitarian law as well as international human rights law, and in particular the optional protocol. The COVID-19 pandemic is the most dangerous because it will push girls to join as a female soldiers in armed conflicts in order to obtain medical services for themselves or for their families, or to cover the expenses of these services. Finally, another issue must be taken into consideration, which is the rehabilitation of girl victims after the armed conflicts, especially those who were recruited, as the effects of recruitment will accompany the rehabilitate them psychological in order to curb any aggressive behavior that may commit against those around. And as for the issue of rehabilitation of girls victims in general, states and international criminal courts must decide in a manner consistent with their preventive and remedial measures in affirming the psychological aspect and rehabilitating it to mitigate the effects of armed conflicts on the girls in epidemic situations. The framework, the legal framework that can limit violations against girls in times of armed conflicts and times of pandemics is by applying the primary rules referred to in third common article, as well as the Fourth Geneva Convention, as well as two additional protocol of 1977, and affirming the conflict parties to comply with these provisions according to the principle of due diligence in parallel with the secondary rules of WHO regulation of 2005. Thank you very much. Did you hear me?
Yes, yes, Professor Ahmed, thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for your intervention. I particularly enjoyed the aspects of the rehabilitation and reintegration, which will be the object of the next panel. But as you have already said, girl children in armed conflict and in pandemic situation face two kinds of problems. The one of the involvement in actively or in armed conflict, and the other one as affected or potentially affected by the pandemic. So thank you again for your
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I will give now the floor to Professor Quito Massimang of the Université Panafricaine de Conformité et Océanique, Republic Democratic of Congo. I ask Professor Masimango if he is connected. Okay, I can't see Professor Masimango. We can go ahead because we have a pleasure and an honor to have also Miss Dia Neon, and I'm sorry because I know that I haven't pronounced correctly your surname, the Executive Director of the Global Coalition to Protect Education from attack, which is very important, and we have focused on the education as an important issue in armed conflict. Thank you, Mrs. Dia, and you have the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be able to join you today. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to share with you some testimony from Chloe, an 11-year-old primary school student, describing what happened when her school was attacked in the Kasai region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. One of the militiamen followed me to the bush. If I did not do what he wanted, he said he would kill me. What he did to me was so painful, I could not stop crying. After he finished and went away and left me lying on the ground. According to GCP's research, women and girls, that's a coalition, the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack, women and girls like Chloe were explicitly targeted because of their gender in at least 21 countries from 2015 to 2019, at school or on the way to school. Attacks on education are continuing during the pandemic, of course. In Burkina Faso, for instance, armed assailants burned at least 18 schools in June and July 2020 after they had reopened. But there's less data on how girls are specifically impacted, particularly as monitoring and reporting, always difficult in conflict areas, has become even more so during the pandemic. However, in 2018 and 19, the coalition conducted research in northeastern Nigeria and the Kasai region of the DRC, and we interviewed girls and women directly impacted by attacks on education. We've also published a report on attacks on education against women and girls globally. And so what I'm going to talk about today comes directly from that research. And it includes bombings of girls' schools, abduction, rape, forced marriage, and other gender-based violence against female students and teachers by armed parties at or on the way to their schools. Girls are targeted for a number of reasons. Armed groups sometimes oppose the education of girls. And for example, UNAMA reported 4 Taliban attacks on girls' schools in the first quarter of 2019, which spread fear among girls and their families and led to school closures, affecting education for almost 3,000 girls. Our parties have perpetrated sexual violence on school routes, including as part of a broader pattern of conflict-related sexual violence. The Kamuna Nsapu militiamen in the Kasai region of the DRC, for example, raped female students and school staff during attacks on schools or when girls were fleeing an attack. In other cases, girls have been abducted from their schools by armed parties. In Nigeria, some of the women that we spoke to there have been held for periods ranging from several hours to days to years. Some have not been heard of since their abductions. In total, GCP has estimated that Boko Haram has abducted at least 600 girls from their schools over the course of the conflict. Girls who are abducted may be raped and then abandoned or forcibly married to one or multiple fighters. Some have been reported being held for extended periods for sexual slavery. In February 2018, Boko Haram abducted 111 girl students from the government Girls Science and Technical College in Dutchy in northeast Nigeria. 5 girls were crushed to death during the abduction, and the UN has reported that the schoolgirls were subjected to forced marriage, rape, and physical and emotional violence. Non-state armed groups sometimes forcibly recruit girls and women from schools to support their military operations, including by cooking, cleaning, and carrying supplies. And girls are often used in a variety of ways in military operations, including in direct combat as suicide bombers or in other ways. In the Kasai region of the Congo, young girls were recruited by the Kamuna Nsapu militia because they were believed to be able to magically stop bullets by rustling their skirts. They were placed at the front of the militia units going into battle as human shields, armed only with household mixers and kitchen supplies. Schools are often used for military purposes as bases, shelters, and weapons stores. The presence of armed parties in and around schools puts students at risk of attack by opposing forces and exposes them to violence and recruitment. It presents particular dangers for girls, including a heightened risk of sexual violence. Both armed forces and non-state armed groups have used schools for military purposes, including as detention centers, and have held and raped women and girls in the school. For example, in Iraq, the UN reported in January 2017 that the Islamic State had used schools for military purposes, including to house abducted Yazidi women until they could be sold off to fighters for sexual slavery. Even when girls are not specifically targeted for their gender, the impact of attacks on education on them are different to the impact on boys. Girls are often the first to drop out and the last to return to school due to the privileging of boys' education, especially when resources are scarce, as in wartime, and because of parents' fears of safety for their daughters, particularly the risk of sexual violence. In addition, being out of school for even a short period exposes girls to many risks, as you know, including early marriage, which further diminishes their chances of returning to school due to pregnancy, household responsibilities, or husbands, in-laws, or schools forbidding them to return. Girls who've suffered abduction, recruitment, sexual violence, and a range of other abuse, of course, experience serious long-term mental and physical health consequences that prevent them from returning to their education. And their sufferings made worse by the stigma and social exclusion that they suffer as victims of sexual violence, as well as their perceived association with militia groups. These impacts are, of course, compounded by the pandemic, where the closure of schools puts them at increased risk of being used for military purposes, and where closed schools make it even more unlikely that girls will ever return to their education. So what can be done to better protect girls from attacks on education and their devastating consequences? One tool is the Safe Schools Declaration, which has already been mentioned through this conference. It's a voluntary international political commitment to safeguard education during wartime, and it's been led by Norway and Argentina and was launched in 2015. And we're very grateful for the support from Italy and the commitments that have been made to integrate it into military policy and doctrine. The declaration has been endorsed by 107 countries to date, and which is over half of all UN members. So it's really creating a global consensus on the need to protect education from attack. It includes commitments to strengthen monitoring and reporting of attacks, prosecute perpetrators and provide assistance to victims, and ensure the continuation of safe education during armed conflict, including by providing alternative education and distance learning. By joining the declaration, states endorse and commit to using the guidelines for protecting schools and universities from military use during armed conflict, which offers guidance on how to restrict the use of schools for military purposes. And the declaration is having an impact, saving lives and protecting the right to education. The overall reported incidence of military use of education facilities declined between 2015 and 18 in the 12 countries that endorsed the declaration in 2015 and experienced military use. And this implementation is continuing during the COVID-19 crisis. In Mali in June, for instance, the Ministry of Education called on the Ministry of Defense to respect the spirit of the guidelines for protecting schools from military use and not use schools closed due to the pandemic for military purposes. In Burkina Faso, the Ministry of Education announced in May that COVID-19 related distance learning would extend to students affected by conflict, including those affected by attacks in education. By implementing the commitments within the Safe Schools Declaration in a gender responsive way that takes into account the different ways in which girls are targeted by attacks on education and the ways that they're uniquely impacted, the declaration can play an important role in saving the lives of both boys and girls, including during the pandemic. The COVID-19 crisis, while creating a host of barriers to education, also provides some opportunities. As governments work to get children back into school, they can and must include children impacted by conflict within their plans. The need to educate children who are out of school due to COVID-19 has led to the development and improvement of alternative education and distance learning programs. Again, these programs must be available for children out of school because of conflict and attacks on education, and should continue even when the pandemic ends. Education, as you know, is the key to the realization of all human rights. Through education, girls can be empowered to demand their economic, political, and social rights in the family and in the public sphere, exercising their participation rights, which is critical to transforming systems that demean, devalue, and threaten girls. I'd like to end with the words of Shishela, a girl whose school was attacked in the Kasai violence, killing 5 of her classmates, and who then attended an emergency classroom provided by UNICEF. I love school a lot because through my studies, I'll be able to have a better future. I'll be able to support my family and look after myself. I want to be a doctor. Education is essential to protecting the hopes and futures of girls and the societies they build, but cannot achieve its aims unless it itself, schools, teachers, and students, are protected from attack during armed conflict. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Malinon, or you can correct, of course, if you want. But your intervention has clearly pointed out what is the role of education, which is a key role for children. We are talking today about the girl children because they are affected in different way from boys, and they need also a gender approach in order to solve all the problems related to the violations against them. we have particularly involved also in the spreading and increasing the awareness of the phenomenon of the consequences of children involved in armed conflict. You know that our network is a universities network, so education and is at the core of our intents. So thank you again for your intervention. We are running out of the time, so let me thank you again all the speakers to this interesting panel, and let me close with one reflection about the pandemic situation and the emergency of armed conflict which children and girl children face. We need to also reflect if we need new legal reforms to provide a better protection for girl children and the children in general in armed conflict. When all the world is facing a pandemic, this is a question, this is my particular question. We can reflect on this. We can also, and I hope that we will have another opportunity to speak with an adequate occasion and with more time at our disposition. So I will give the floor to Professor Raffaele Federici, which I have seen connected, for the next panel, and I give and ask Professor Federici is connected. Okay, I think that the organizer needed to unmute Professor Federici.
Okay. We can't hear you. No.
Okay, Professor Raffaele Federici, I think that I have seen connected.
Oh, he is connected and he unmuted himself, but I think there's a problem with his microphone because he is unmuted. You have headphones, for instance, that you can use.
Okay, I think that we can have a short break of 5 minutes so we can solve our technical problem, and we can get back in really 5 minutes to have the other, to get started at the third panel.
Okay.
If Professor Federici has problems, I can moderate. Hello, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, we can hear Professor Federici has a problem with the audio.
Yeah. So I can moderate the third panel concerning social reintegration of girl children affected by armed conflict. And I would like to give immediately the floor to Professor Anna Maria Ruffino from the University Luigi Vanvitelli, Italy, and asking her, what's in your opinion the main problems concerning reintegration of girl children in armed conflict? Please, the floor is yours, Professor Ruffino.
Thank you very much. Brief, short, some reflection on the problem, and but I speak in French.
Yeah,
because I suppose that a lot of people that live in that state speak French. I hope that can hear. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, of course. It's an international network, so every language is okay. It's fine.
Yes,
Thank
you very much. Thank you very much. Merci pour l'invitation à participer à cette discussion préliminaire sur un thème d'une telle urgence dramatique. Et j'ai choisi un titre, Le données manquantes. Après avoir réfléchi, en fait déconcertant l'inconscience des nombreuses citoyennes que j'ai interrogées sur le phénomène des jeunes filles et des enfants impliqués dans la guerre. Et je pense que l'engagement de planification des institutions universitaires sur cette question peut être pertinent, très pertinent. Et j'espère que cette réunion débouchera sur des propositions opérationnelles pour intervenir à restaurer les droits qui sont actuellement refusés aux enfants impliqués dans ce conflit de guerre. La réalité dramatique de nombreux pays impliquant des enfants et des jeunes filles dans des conflits de guerre est en fait que les citoyens du monde ignorent généralement. En effet, la même communication concernant ces conflits, dont certains persistent depuis des années, est presque totalement absente. La conclusion rend le phénomène encore plus dramatique, comme si ces pays, Afghanistan, Angola, Burundi, Colombie, Côte d'Ivoire, Libéria, Ouganda, la République démocratique du Congo, Sierra Leone, Sri Lanka, etc., n'étaient pas intéressés par ça, mais plus encore, personne ne se soucie de nombreux enfants et jeunes. Plus d'1 milliard d'enfants vivent dans des pays impliqués dans des conflits armés et on estime que plus de 150 000 sont directement impliqués dans ces conflits. Si des questionnaires étaient distribués pour mesurer la connaissance des données correspondant à ces conflits et assez impliquant de nombreux enfants, le résultat serait probablement déconcertant. Tout le monde ignore tout ou connaît les données de manière générique. La responsabilité de cette preuve incombe non seulement aux organes de presse qui ne le disent pas ou ne le disent tout, mais aussi aux institutions, généralement institutions, telles à prendre des mesures d'intervention suffisantes pour limiter. On peut prétendre que par son institution n'est pas démanagée, il suffit de penser à la Convention relative aux droits des enfants, le statut de la Cour pénale internationale, la Convention numéro 182 de l'Organisation internationale du travail, qui définit le recrutement forcé obligatoire des enfants comme l'une des pires formes de travail des enfants et l'interdit. Mais au-delà de ces considérations préliminaires, institutionnelles, communicatives, le vrai problème, sont les droits refusés aux enfants, aux petites filles et les jeunes filles, principalement l'éducation. L'éducation sexuelle, c'est un problème. La socialisation, le rapport normal avec la famille et le contexte parental, mais aussi les risques graves que les enfants et les petites filles ils courent, surtout mortels, par la mort, la violence physique, sexuelle, psychologique, les contagions, tout aussi mortels ou invalidables. Il devait donc essentiel non seulement d'attirer l'attention sur le problème, mais aussi d'adopter des stratégies d'intervention nécessaires pour intervenir, aussi sur place, et de soutenir les stratégies de résolution de la détresse individuelle et sociale, mais aussi psychologique, économique, etc. Et il pourrait y avoir 3 voies à suivre également comme action d'intervention préventive ainsi que curative. Sensibiliser la communauté scientifique et la société civile, et cette rencontre démontre la nécessité, la possibilité et la capacité de la faire. La création de groupes de travail interuniversitaires, ministériels, interministériels, qui prévoient une collaboration avec les États intéressés et avec les États en général, par exemple de l'Europe, des outils de diffusion d'informations sur les sujets, de sensibilisation des citoyens et d'implication des institutions comme lieu d'accueil, même temporaire, pour les enfants et surtout pour les jeunes filles laissées seules par les événements de guerre et enfin surtout de surveiller les phénomènes. Créer des modèles opérationnels sur place et en 3 directions avec nos structures de formation universitaire pour l'éducation, la socialisation, y compris affective, pour la formation ludique, créative, linguistique et communicative. De cette manière, il pourrait être possible d'intervenir sur les auteurs des violences, de les limiter, poursuivre de tels crimes et les entourant. Et j'espère que cette occasion de ce soir peut être une occasion extraordinaire pour discuter encore et de se confronter pour le faire, surtout pour le faire, ok? Au revoir à tout le monde. Je suis short. I'm short.
Merci, merci. Thanks so much, Professor Rufino. Yes, that's just the beginning because we want to go ahead, and it's just
the first step.
Yes, that's the first meeting, but of course we will have chance to work together to think about what are next guidelines on which we want to work.
Okay.
So, thank you so much for your comments, for your inputs, and I would like to ask to Professor Paul Brocker from the University of Bologna, Italy. I would like to ask what's in your opinion, Professor Brocker, the next commitment we can on which we can work, and considering that we are 35 universities altogether, and we can surely have a very strong effect on society. So the floor is yours, Professor Brocker.
Thank you very much. I can hope you can hear me all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Laura, for inviting me into this very challenging network, which I find extremely timely in many ways. And so my very brief intervention is particularly focused, not perhaps less so on the explicit question of this panel, but I would like to take a couple of steps backward in a way. And that relates in particular to where are we with human rights globally? What is going on with human rights? And children's rights are definitely part of the general global human rights imaginary, you might say. And so we've been talking about the history of the CRC, of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. I think we can importantly place it into a very specific set of developments since the Second World War, the emerging of a truly universalist human rights order, a global human rights imaginary, and human rights were supposedly to be understood indeed in a universal sense, also to be held against states, against governments, something that before had not been in the case in such an explicit manner. And that's exactly one of the aspects I would like to reflect upon in a second. That is, we could talk about a certain form of backlash against international human rights institutions, against international courts, for instance. And of course, the Convention on the Rights of the Child emerged right in a moment, you might say, in which human rights expansion culminated. The 1970s, Poland actually initiated the convention, and then it was finalized in the 1990s, arguably the most important decade for human rights ever, perhaps. But if we then look at children's rights, often they are perceived as simply sort of natural, inherent in children as being human beings as such. That's at least the way the dominant human rights narrative wants to have it. But I think it's important to look at human rights and also children's rights also in a slightly different manner. That is, as we've seen in many of the interventions today, rights, and in particular children's rights as a particular vulnerable group, and today, of course, we're particularly approaching girl children which is an even more vulnerable group, you might say, such rights need very active promotion, very important forms of implementation. We cannot just rest with stipulating rights in international conventions, etc. And children's rights are in that sense, in a way, peculiar. That is, they definitely go beyond the standard sort of vertical relation between the state and the individual, and the rights as a kind of relation between them. But you might say they're multi-tiered. There's the states, there's the governments for sure, there's the children for sure, but there are evidently the parents, families, extended families, caregivers, and even third parties in the middle, in a way, as certain ways intermediaries. And so that makes, in a sense, children's rights more complex, and maybe also in that sense, because of that multi-tiered nature, third parties like civil society actors, we've heard the Italian representative of Save the Children, for instance, civil society actors, non-governmental organizations are particularly important, I think, in this particular context. And I come to human rights not as a lawyer, not as a political scientist, but as a sociologist. And the sociologist tends to look at rights not simply as legal norms or as some kinds of agreements between governments, but the sociologist tends to look at rights as living rights, as living law. It only really means something if it is part of social interaction of society. And so you could say rights, including indeed children's rights, become only real if they're socially embedded, if they're part of communities themselves. If indeed, and there we have it, social integration of particular stigmatized individuals is possible within a community that perceives the rights of children, of girl children, etc. And so in that sense, I believe it would be very important that we also make part of our network attention for concepts like legal culture, legal consciousness, the awareness regarding rights in specific communities. Also because we know that problems with implementing rights often have to do not merely with states that do not cooperate or other actors that are actually adversely operating against rights, but it also has a lot to do with particular cultures, paternalist cultures, male-dominated cultures, particular forms of religious and traditional cultures that see rights in many ways as a threat. And so my suggestion is indeed, as we've seen in some of the interventions today, is that in that sense, civil society organizations might be crucial in order to promote rights, to educate people on the basis of rights, to play roles as intermediators, as communicators. But at the same time, you could say there are great challenges there. One instance I'm thinking of, I had a student recently graduating on a thesis on Qanun, let's call it informal law in Albania, and the very great difficulties that civil society organizations, NGOs, have on the ground to convince local people, local civil society, that something needs to change, that indeed rights indeed pertain to everybody, including indeed, in that case also very importantly, women and children and girl children. And related to that is then my final point. I believe that in that sense also our network is particularly urgent. We're living in a time, and this is particularly regarding the last 10 years or so, I think, that we can talk and perceive a backlash with regard to this universalistic post-war human rights idea, human rights system. This regards issues like populism, but it goes also beyond it. And so in many ways, I believe the universalistic nature of human rights is questioned by states, but also indeed by specific governments, and that is perhaps one of the more scary parts, by parts of civil society. Groups in civil society that organize around conservative, religious, traditional ideas, some would call this uncivil society, and then tend to defend a specific traditional view of the family, that argue against so-called gender ideology. And this is a core problem, I think, in many cases, if we want to indeed promote integration of women and indeed also of younger women into wider society. And so I feel this backlash might be a very important item on our agenda, not only because it affects even the core of, let's say, those countries that are most active in defending human rights regimes like the Convention. And so I think it's something that we better make part of our considerations, and we might need to think about how to indeed provide a more robust answer to re-educating in certain ways our and also other societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul, Professor Blocher. And yes, you have underlined very important topics, and also talking about culture and ideology and how they could affect implementation and protection of women's rights. But let's return back also to the topic of this panel, reintegration. You have talked about living rights, and it's a very beautiful phrase, living rights. I would like to ask Professor Ingrid Palmeri a question. Professor Palmeri is from the University of Johannesburg, and I would like to ask her, what can we do for having a living rehabilitation and reintegration of girl children affected by armed conflict? Please, Ingrid, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's interesting that you raise that, because it is one of the points I'd like to make. So if it's all right with the organizers, I'll return to that as I speak. When I first saw that this was a panel on reintegration, I was a little unsure of whether it was the right space for me, because it isn't something, the reintegration of girl children isn't something I specifically work on. But what I do is I work in the field of peace and conflict studies and in post-conflict reconciliation. And so I thought what I could probably best do in this few minutes that I have is to try to see what I think the key lessons for the reintegration of girls who've been affected by armed conflict would be from this broad field of peace and conflict studies and of post-conflict reconciliation. And I think there are some lessons that I'll pull out, one of which speaks exactly to your question. So watch the space, I'll get to it now. When I thought back over this very vast field of research that's been done on reconciliation and post-conflict societies, I thought that there were three main lessons that we could maybe bring to bear on this question of the situation of girls in armed conflict and their reintegration into communities. The first key lesson that I think we could think about and perhaps discuss is that clearly peace is not just the absence of war. And this is not new to anybody who works in the field. It's probably the most well-rehearsed idea in the study of peace and conflict, but it remains really important. And I think there are a few implications for this, for the reintegration of girls who've been affected by armed conflict. The first is to recognize that wars don't end suddenly the moment that a peace agreement is signed, after which people live in harmony. Rather, at an interpersonal level, conflicts fester. They are revived at some moments. Sometimes they diminish, but usually very slowly. And so whilst at a political level, the signing of a peace agreement is often assumed to signal the end of a war, at an interpersonal or at a community level, something like a peace agreement, or even, if I dare say, a protocol, might be entirely irrelevant for how people do or don't reconcile, and therefore for the reintegration of girls. And so I guess the point I wanted to make is that reintegration usually happens in a context where violence and atrocities continue. And this means that the tolerance that communities might show towards girls who've been affected by armed conflict situations and their willingness to receive them back into families and communities is heavily shaped by external factors, factors that really have very little to do with that particular community or that particular girl or group of girls. So, for example, where armed forces continue to terrorize communities or continue to terrorize girls, the reintegration of girls is likely to be compromised, no matter how successful it might have been at a different time or a different moment. And so, as I say, external factors shape in very significant ways the extent to which reintegration can be successful. And so I think if we want to do reintegration in a successful way, and like the previous speaker, I speak as a sociologist, so I'm much more concerned, perhaps less with the legal aspects and more with the social aspects. If we want to do it in a useful way, I think one of the most important lessons from this point is that we have to pay attention to the broader meanings that people in communities give to the conflict as it's playing out. So who, for example, is currently being framed as victim in this conflict? Who's being framed as perpetrator, and how is that changing over time as tenuous peace agreements succeed and fail and are reworked, and the terms of them are reworked out. And all of this broader context has a deep impact on the success of the reintegration of girls in conflict situations. So connected to this, I think there's quite a lot of interesting research that has shown what happens in conflict situations when the violence of war is perpetrated by family members against other family members, by friends, community members, etc. So not the sort of stereotypical armed forces against armed forces kind of conflicts. And I think in the Rwandan and Guatemalan case, there's some very interesting research in this regard. And I think that this is important for us to pay attention to if we're going to have meaningful reintegration of girls. I think much of this research shows very clearly how possible it is, surprisingly possible it is, for victims and perpetrators to live together after atrocities, even though the context and the situation is tenuous and dangerous. I think often of a colleague and former student who did research in Zimbabwe after election violence in 2008, in a rural community where attackers and their victims continued to live together immediately during and after the violence. And what he was able to document was how on a daily basis, they navigated each other in order to avoid the potential for an outbreak of conflict. And they did everyday things like taking certain routes around the community in order to avoid perpetrators, etc., avoiding certain spaces, but also using certain community practices like funerals to make political statements that otherwise wouldn't be possible or tolerated. And so this is a very dangerous and tenuous kind of peace or of integration. And I guess the lesson I take from it is that integration, I guess we would all agree, or reintegration of girls has got to be more than a simple tolerance of the presence of girls in a community. And so I think some of the work we need to do, taking forward various protocols and other lessons that we've learned around integration, is to imagine what it is that we think successful integration looks like, because I think that's actually quite a complicated thing to do. It's not as easy as it sounds, and it's more than, as I say, the simple tolerance of the presence of girls who've been affected by armed conflict. So then to move on, the second lesson that I think we can take from the broader study of reconciliation and post-conflict societies is, of course, the ways in which armed conflict is always gendered. And in addition to that, how gender and age work together to shape the experiences that girls have. So if we're going to address the unique challenges that girls face after they've been affected by armed conflict, I think we need to understand how the conflicts they come from are gendered. So not just that there are different gender impacts, but how, what do those look like? And what impact does that have on their social status on reintegration? So too often the stigma that girls face on reintegration actually has less to do with their activities or with their involvement in violence per se, and very often is more about them having breached gender norms. This is particularly the case, as we've heard about issues of rape and abduction during armed conflict, but the ways in which this marks them as immoral is often the biggest stigma that they face, rather than the violence of war per se. And this has the consequence often of also marking girls as no longer children. So sexual activity is not something, even though I would not constitute rape as sexual activity, but it's not something that is normally associated with childhood. And when children breach these certain kind of moral codes, then they lose the status of childhood. They lose the protections often that people imagine they deserve if they were more innocent children, to put that in quotation marks. And I think this is the complex issue that we have to deal with. Changing the gender scripts of communities that girls are integrating into is absolutely essential if it's going to be successful, but is often most difficult in the post-conflict moment or in the moments immediately after war. There's been a lot of research that's documented how in immediate post-war environments, very often there's a popular call to return to what are seen as traditional values, which usually are quite conservative gender values. And so often an attempt to change the scripts that would allow girls to step out of some of the shame and stigma that they experience are actually actively resisted by a call to peace, a call to return to how life used to be, an imagined past that is usually rooted in quite conservative gender roles. So it's a complicated environment in which to try and change gendered scripts in ways that would allow girls to be less stigmatized after their experiences and better integrated. And then the final lesson that I think is useful from the existing research on post-conflict reconciliation is that any successful or meaningful reintegration of girls would need to be both long-term and dynamic. It needs to be long-term because the impact that armed conflict has on girls and its associated stigma doesn't just affect them, it affects generations to come. It affects their children, it affects their grandchildren. There's been so much writing on the intergenerational transfer of trauma, which I can't really go into here because we don't have the time. But I think what's important for us is that is to remember that the meaning of their involvement, of the impact that the violence or the war has had for the individual girl will change with different generations. So we've seen this, for example, in the post-World War II context with the so-called comfort women in Japan, the ways in which the women who were themselves abducted had different sets of needs and expectations to what their children have, for example, even though the trauma of what happened is very real for their children, as it is for the women who were actually abducted. So for one generation, silence might be protective and effective as a strategy, and for another, there might be a much stronger need to testify and for some kind of witnessing, for others to know what atrocities have taken place. And so that's why I say it has to be long-term, but it's why I also say that in addition to that, it must be dynamic. What reintegration is not a once-off event, but a process that seems to me to take place over a very long time, perhaps even intergenerationally. And for it to be successful would need to reflect the changing contexts and meanings that different groups make of the armed conflict at different times. And perhaps to end, I can give an example from my own context. Nowhere has this been more acutely kind of made aware to me than when I engage with my own students in class in South Africa, where a younger generation are increasingly feeling that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa, for example, which for my generation was really considered exemplary around the world, for them is considered more and more of a kind of sellout or something that was wholly inadequate. And I think that reflects the different changing social circumstances that I've been talking about. So for me, successful integration would combine an attention, or a successful reintegration would combine attention to those three lessons if it were to be successful. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. Thank you, Professor Palamari. I was very interested in what you said, particularly when you talked about what's happening when violence is committed by feminine people to feminine people. So it's a topic, this one, that on which we should probably study more. We should analyze better. And of course, we have a lot of inputs, and we have to think about agenda and on which we want to work. And for this reason, I would like to ask Professor Antonio Laspina from Lewis University from Italy, what is next? I concluded my first panel asking Professor Pertile what we could do as a network of university for combating violence against children, so for preventing violence, but also for the phase of reintegration and rehabilitation of girl children. So then, if Professor Laspina is connected, I would like to address this question. Professor Laspina?
Can you hear me? Yes. I can't hear you now, but
yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. So thank you for the invitation to this very important conference. I try to give the answer to your question in the frame of what I had prepared, and so I have a certain argument, and so I will give an answer. We know, and we heard from many speakers here, that armed conflict produces different types of consequences. So girl children can be affected in various ways by these consequences. And my main point is that each type of conflict or consequence requires a different path to reintegration, to social reintegration, which is the subject of this panel. The first attempt that should be done, and like somebody else already said, is to try to restore the situation which was present before the conflict. Although in some cases this is not possible, or maybe it is not the best thing to do. But at least one have to try. So, for example, in case a girl child was kidnapped and she came back to her previous life, what is needed is, first of all, some economic help, some cash, because typically conflict-ridden societies and places which were hit by conflict become poorer. So we can imagine, and I think that this already happened, that a first type of path to reintegration is what I call an horizontal path, a cross-sectional path. What do I mean? That this path applies in the first instance to all types, or almost all, not all types, or almost all types of girl children affected by armed conflict. And so this horizontal approach includes, at least, of course, I would need much more time to develop this very simple point, some economic aid, some cash, schooling, as has already been said, and the attempt to guarantee, to safeguard the physical safety of the girl children and their community. But as I said before, the consequences of armed conflict are manifold. And so each of them should be addressed by specific vertical, so to say, approaches and treatments. For example, if some children have lost some members of the family, unfortunately happened, or some members, some acquaintances, some friends in their community, their teachers, and so on. They apart from receiving money and economic aid, they will presumably need to be taken care of by psychologists or psychiatrists, because this kind of professionals should help them to recover from the shock. Or if from another point of view, given that their relatives or their parents were murdered, also social workers should be involved to see whether it is possible to find alternative solutions, for example, to have them adopted by other families, or to host them at least temporarily by some relatives or by other families in the same community. And so this is one type of path, because the type of consequence that we are considering is of a certain kind. A girl child who was raped, and this was also mentioned by somebody else, or was forced to marry, or had children with other people. In some cases, they are not enemies. Maybe they are all, as somebody said, they can be the same fellow soldiers. But in other cases, or most of the times, these people are considered enemies. And so when this girl happens to come back to her community, as you know better than me, it can happen that her relatives or her parents sometimes refuse her, do not accept this. So a different path to reintegration in this case is needed, because in the first place, an attempt should be made to treat families, the whole family, or the whole community sometimes, or at least many members of the community, in order to try to change their mind. But this is not always possible. So the alternative path to this is to try to find a place for these girls, and their babies, if they have babies, elsewhere, in other communities, in other places, in other towns where nobody knows them. And so in this case, social reintegration would mean not to be reintegrated in the same place, in the original community, but somewhere else, a new place, a new life, a new start, so to say. And in my view, this is sometimes would be needed. Another possibility that was also mentioned is that of girl children who participated as soldiers in armed conflicts or committed terrorist attacks. Okay, so it can be, and sometimes happens, that they are forced to do so. And even if they do at the age of 10, 12, 13, 15, to speak of free will or awareness in this case is rather inappropriate. But of course, as somebody said, when it is also a problem, the fact that they endorsed or think to have endorsed a certain ideology, a certain radicalized approach and a radicalized worldview, asks for a different path to reintegration. And so in this case, to reintegrate these people, maybe in some cases means also to try to socialize them in the values of respect for others, and to de-radicalize them in some sense. So I go ahead because I know that we don't have much time. But once I have, of course, I should develop all these points much more. But once I have said this, I said that we need a differentiated approach to social reintegration, because the types of consequences are very different. I also said, in a sense, the opposite. Is this feasible? Is it realistic to think that in conflict-ridden countries there is a possibility to have always all these money, all these professionals, or these qualifications that are needed in the differentiated approach that I have just hinted at? My answer is no. It is not. It is at the moment it is not realistic. So what happens is that in some cases, in many countries, the country itself, the public power, the public administration, the civil servants of the countries are not in the position to deliver even the minimum path to reintegration, what I call the horizontal approach. And so they should be helped by international aid, by international organizations, and so on and so forth. But even if they can do something, it is very difficult that they manage to do everything that is needed. So they should also be helped. And in this respect, what universities can do is very important in order to study and to propose certain paths. They should be helped at least to understand the problem, then to understand the need of this differentiation, and so to work on this. Just a last point, and then I conclude. As somebody already mentioned, in conflict-ridden countries, what can happen is that the state, the public bodies, can be considered enemies by certain segments of the population, for example, by certain ethnic groups. And so if their children belong to this ethnic group, they will also tend not to trust the state and the social workers and the psychologists and the doctors that they see as enemies, because they see them as linked to the social, to the conflict that they were involved in. So it is important, and it sometimes happens, also to have the possibility of third parties, which can be seen as impartial. So peacekeeping forces or international non-governmental organization. It is also possible, in my view, it could be more realistic, not necessarily so, but it could be more realistic, that once peacekeeping forces or international INGOs arrive in a certain place, they could be endowed with the money and also with the different professionals that are needed for the differentiated approach. Is this sure? No. As somebody said, it can also happen that the very people who should go there in order to keep peace and to solve the problem create problems, abusing children and so on. I know, and I heard also here that this can happen. So we hope that they can behave properly. Much can be done in this respect, but I don't have the time to speak about this. So I understand that everything that I said should be treated much more in depth that I had the opportunity to do, but at least I've tried to sketch what should be a certain line of argument first of all. And so thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. You underline a lot of very important topics, and I would like also to add another topic, because you used the terms babies and girls. And so I'm wondering if, because we are talking about the convention, and the convention talks about children from the birth up to 18. But probably we should think about different groups of age, because do 17 years girl have the same needs of girls of 5, 8 years girls? Probably not. They have different needs, different problems, and so we should also rethink again the term of children, and think about the possibility to consider different groups of children and of ages in order to protect better their needs. Time flies, and so I have unfortunately to conclude this panel. We have collected a lot of inputs, a lot of aspects on which the network desire to work and to give an important approach to this topic. So I'll give immediately the floor to Professor Pocar, Fausto Pocar, in order to give us his conclusion together with Professor Maria Caterina Federici. Fausto, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
I'm here.
So,
I would. So we are 2 speakers to conclude, and for these questions, our colleague Maria Caterina Federici and myself. So yes. I would be, she's a lady, and I would give the floor first to her, and then I will add something perhaps to what she says, but I'm sure she will say everything already. So Caterina, please.
Ciao, mi sentite?
Yes, in English or in French, please, for our
colleagues. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Thank you all for a lot of excellent point and problem. But where are, en French, dans l'ouverture du séminaire, nous prenons beaucoup d'idées. Et tout le monde, et surtout la Gamba et la vice-ministre, etc., il a mis en évidence, le modérateur aussi, il a mis en évidence l'importance de le network de ces pays, de ces institutions académiques pour améliorer la situation des petits enfants dans les situations de conflit et pour faire émerger la souffrance dans les territoires des conflits. Donc, nous avons beaucoup de travail à faire, mes amis et mes collègues, et il y a la nécessité de mettre en place tous les problèmes qui sont sortis de cet après-midi, de ce séminaire, parce que les enfants qui viennent de ce territoire de conflit, et la vice-ministre l'a souligné, il y a aussi les problèmes que nous avons chez nous, les problèmes de la pandémie. Nous avons le point de vue très important, le focus très important sur la violence envers les enfants et surtout sur les jeunes filles, le féminin, parce qu'ils sont plus fragiles, ils sont plus fragilisés de cette question de genre. La nécessité de mettre en place donc un programme de recherche, d'analyse pour créer des modèles d'éducation, des modèles soins, de soins physiques aussi, des soins intellectuels, des soins psychologiques aussi, parce que cette jeune fille, cet enfant, ils sont très blessés dans la situation, très blessés dans l'expérience qu'il a vécue, très blessés dans une situation de grande fragilité pour l'âge. Donc, deux paroles pour dire que cette network, il doit mettre en place et surtout augmenter la capacité d'analyser, de faire des recherches. Il y a aussi des problèmes méthodologiques, et je l'ai dit en ouverture, quand j'ai ouvert les séminaires, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de différences entre les pays, les territoires, les cultures, l'âge de cet enfant, qui sont tous dans cette problématique. Donc, le premier problème, c'est un problème de méthodologie qui doit résoudre et doit résoudre avec une scientificité de travail. Après, il y a un autre problème très important que tous les intervenants ont souligné, en paraître presque tout le monde, qui sont des problèmes de droit, qui sont des problèmes de santé de cet enfant, parce qu'il amène avec eux des problèmes de santé, des problématiques qui sont liées à la physicité de cet enfant. Il est très important parce que le bien-être, c'est le bien-être physique, le bien-être mental, le bien-être intellectuel, le bien-être de la personne. Et donc, il doit penser bien, il doit mettre en place, je crois, une sorte de méthode pour étudier, analyser, qui peut être, doit être validée pour tous les territoires de lesquels ce soir il a émergé l'importance. Ils sont des territoires, des cultures, de villages très différents. Et donc, il y a, comme je disais, des problèmes méthodologiques. Encore des problèmes de droit, parce qu'ils sont de pays, des États qui ont des cadres législatifs très différents. Il doit faire une distinction entre les enfants qui viennent ici avec la famille, qui viennent ici tout seuls, et les enfants qui restent chez eux et qui ont là-bas le problème que nous avons mis en évidence ce soir. Et en plus, cette network, qu'il est très motivé, très connaisseur de les problématiques de lesquelles on va nous occuper, il doit prendre une forme de consortium, de quelque chose de plus précis de les networks pour pouvoir travailler sur ces sujets. Le sujet, c'est très ample, c'est très différent, c'est très plein de problématiques. Et donc, il doit affiner la méthodologie, la méthode de travail, la méthode de mettre en place la collaboration entre nous et étudier, ici les collègues Bocard et les collègues Laspina, ils sont peut-être les maîtres dans cet endroit, les cadres législatifs, les cadres de la norme qui régule toute la question. En plus, je souligne encore la nécessité d'introduire la part de méthodes d'analyse qui concerne la santé, le bien-être de cet enfant, qui font part de le bien-être, selon la définition que l'Organisation des Nations Unies ont donnée de la santé. La santé, c'est le bien-être. Le bien-être, ce n'est pas seulement une chose physique, c'est tout à fait une chose qui regarde la complexité de la personne, même de les petites personnes qui sont les enfants. Donc, je me sens de dire que ce soir, il est venu dehors beaucoup de travail à faire, beaucoup de travail scientifique, beaucoup de travail informatique et beaucoup de travail d'organisation de cette network. Et nous avons un autre rendez-vous, je crois, vendredi, et je vous en prie d'amener des hypothèses de travail sur lesquelles nous pouvons mettre en place notre intelligence et notre capacité notre recherche passée, donc notre expérience. C'est tout, merci.
Merci, Maria Caterina. Now I will try to add some conclusions myself. Of course, it has already been said, we had today a number of presentations on different topics. And we will have necessarily in the network to maybe still to choose how we deal with all these matters. One idea comes in a way from already from what at the beginning of our meeting today, the Vice Minister Sereni and Mrs. Gamba have said both in a way, in the sense that both have underlined the importance of what the academic system can do. Of course, the academic system cannot do everything, that's clear. There are things that require money, for instance, and it's clear that the academic system is not the best placed to put money interventions. This has to be done by other organizations, be it the United Nations, be it the governments, be it other associations like Save the Children, that gather a lot of money, collect a lot of money, and then intervene on the field. And some of the speakers have also underlined that we need also experience on the field. But universities are not the best institutions to work on the field. That's quite clear, except perhaps those who are placed clearly in a place where the conflict is going on, so they can do perhaps more in this respect. Our field as universities is to work together, certainly, with other institutions. Both the Vice Minister of Italy has said it. The academic system can do a lot, doing awareness, creating awareness on the problems, studying the problems, finding solutions, maybe proposing solutions, recommending solutions. But clearly, there is then the political side that has to intervene to do some work, to implement things. It's not for the university clearly to implement what the studies. We can do the studies, but then the implementation may come at different levels. It has been by a speaker also made clear what the European Union is doing, for instance, and that too is something that can be useful for us, because the European Union could support studies and research, and at the same time later use these studies and research for implementation, for implementing it in the areas. And it has done so on many occasions in the past. So this is one point. So we have to shape our work in order to identify areas where we can work and really bring about some study that may suggest solutions and have these solutions then implemented by appropriate bodies. One issue that it goes through this is the intercultural approach of our research, I think, because all the speakers have mentioned here and there some specifically, like our colleague from Dublin, but others less specifically. But there is the problem of the culture, which is in all the aspects, including the legal one. One could think that the legal side is less problematic in cultural, in these cultural aspects, but all the problem of, for instance, even of child soldiers is to a large extent cultural in certain areas, because it's not by chance that the convention, the protocol, speak of recruitment, of enlistment, and of use of children in army. But the distinction between recruitment and enlistment is quite important, because the recruitment is a forced recruitment when it's compulsory to go into, be it for the law or under the law, or be it under under the force of armed groups. But the enlistment is voluntary. And when you come to the voluntary, it's a question of cultures to a large extent for children. There are areas in which children have to, are grown up with the idea that they have to go to enlist by their families. So if you don't enlist them, the families will, of their groups will be against you because you don't enlist. So there is, because when they go back to their group, to their family, they must show they are warriors. Otherwise, they don't have a status in any way. So there are really problems for males and sometimes even for females. It's less frequent, the enlistment for females, more forced, but still there is a matter of this kind, especially in large families, as are the families in certain areas. So even this aspect that looks legal, at the end is problematic from the cultural side. And this means that we have to, the network has the advantage of having universities that come from different areas of the world. So they are close to different cultures. And we have, this is a really intercultural problem of, and as I think one speaker said, there is is intercultural all the problem of human rights, in fact, because it is not new, but we know that the so-called universality of rights has been questioned also officially as to the Vienna Conference, World Conference on Human Rights in 1993. And looking at the final document of that conference is not the same as the one in 48 for the declaration, and it's not the same of the Tehran conference of 68. So there are problems to be resolved in that regard. We cannot go here now back to all the issues that have been raised, but I think I agree that there is a question of methodology in dealing with these problems, because we need different approaches. We need the legal, the social, there are various approaches that we need. Luckily, the universities have different approaches, have different competence in their professors, in their researchers, and we should use that. How we do that is still to be seen. Maybe we can identify areas that are to be studied first, that have to, these areas, we can form working groups. We have to see how we work. It's premature to do that. We have another meeting where other problems will be put before us. So there is still time to reconsider well this. One thing is clear, this has been underlined by everybody, the problem, there is also a gender perspective, an important gender perspective in the question of treatment of children, especially in armed conflicts. Now, the military in general, and even the law on armed conflicts, international humanitarian law, or law of armed conflicts, but now the terminology international humanitarian law is preferable, is more used, do not have a gender perspective. No law anywhere contains a gender perspective. Maybe because at the beginning the law was a law for men, essentially, but now we know it's not a law for men, it's also a law for women. And that's true that the principle of equality is satisfied if you apply the same, if you have the same rules. But when you come to the application of these rules, the problem of equality has to be considered. And in my institute in Sanremo, we have started with that approach, having manuals, training manuals, now published in many languages, on including a gender perspective in international operations. But this can be done for post-conflict situation, has to be done for the treatment of children, for the treatment of women. So there is a lot of problem. We are at the beginning of including this gender perspective. I think it has to be one of the main focus of other work in this network. I stop here, also because we are at the end of the first meeting. We'll have to conclude more at the end of the second meeting, but we will see where we are at the end of Friday. So Laura, I give you back the floor to close the meeting.
Thank you, Professor Poccar. Before closing the meeting, we would like to give the floor to Professor Uliano Conti from the University of Perugia.
I didn't know.
It's okay. We can conclude at the end after.
Of course, no problem.
Okay.
At the beginning, we were two, and Uliano was not there, but okay, it's fine. Even better.
Much.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. I just want to thank, and I hope to meet you on Friday. And maybe we have a little video now.
Yes, so then we can send the video.
There is a video.
Yes, that
Okay.
the video we showed at the beginning.
Thank you.
Part of this project. So thank you very much all, and we leave you with this beautiful video that Sergio Iovino made.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simone.
Little souls, we die so fragile, or dream of living in a colorful world, suspending the uncertainty of tomorrow, wandered by an incomprehensible world, dressed in rage and cruelty. us home. Take our hand, don't be afraid anymore. In the sky, the hand will glide. We'll deliver a lift to your heart. We will write your future on a blackboard. We will take care of your wants. We are your present. You will be our future. Lead the souls. Now you are dark souls, guilty of an incomprehensible world, who interrupt their sleep, injure their pureness, tear the way for all. Let them play with their dreams, so that when they finish sleeping, they will be not afraid to open their eyes. Then it's time to draw us home. Take our hand, don't be afraid anymore. In the sky, the hand will glide. We'll deliver a lift to your heart. We will write your future on a blackboard. We will take care of your wants. We are your present. You will be our future. Lead the souls. Now you are
So I guess thank you all for participating to this first conference, and we can meet on the final conference that will be held on Friday, next Friday, at same time, 3 p.m. Central European time. Thank you so much.